Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
65 degrees right now. It has been raining since the day we were born.
Yes.
Right? When is it going to stop? Are we not out of water?
You would think by now.
Bro, I'm driving in this morning at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was coming down pretty good when I left the house. It was like sheets of water. Sheets of water. I was hydroplaning all over the place, and that never happens. You know, my Honda Pilot.
Oh, sturdy as a mountain goat.
Normally, that's how much water. I was floating. I was floating, Tommy. I believe we've hit the hottest it will be all day, but we're not going to get lower than the 60s. Just bring an umbrella and some booties.
So Pat can laugh at you.
Yes.
Because Pat sees an umbrella, he finds it wildly entertaining.
Have you not heard of a hood?
Hood of what? What, a cloth?
Hood of what?
That's a cloth hood. Is that going to protect you, bro? It's going to get wet and soggy.
How long are you going to be out there?
I got a soggy hood.
I don't want a soggy head. I want a nice dry head.
Okay, yeah, no, because we got to protect that head. We don't want it to get any worse than it actually is.
I worry about my head.
You know, Kimmy, Tommy, and I, we have more experience with marriage than you do.
Sure.
And
Yeah, you
we're
got a couple, more years on than me.
We're always looking out for you and your relationship.
Okay.
All right? And if there's one message that you should follow this morning, pick your spots, baby.
Yes.
Know when to open your mouth, know when not to. Know when to take a risk when you're going to confront your spouse about something.
Okay.
Tommy, you were having a wonderful lunch with your wife. Over
Yeah,
the
yeah.
weekend.
Said that. There was a little outside dining yesterday on the canal. Lovely day.
So you were outside,
Right.
but all of a sudden, this beautiful outside afternoon turned scary.
Yes. Because all of a sudden we had to go inside.
Ooh, the storm roll through?
No storm. Actually, it was a pretty pleasant day.
Oh.
It was a little overcast, but cool, breezy, nice.
Okay.
A bee showed up at our table.
Just one bee.
And when my wife sees a bee, we're done.
So you get like attacked by a swarm of bees. We're
A
talking
bee.
a bee.
Lone wolf bee.
Well, it's more of a lone bee.
Yeah, lone bee shows up, and my wife ain't playing because it's by the food. And then all of a sudden, the napkin comes out, and she's like Sean McDermott
Yeah.
trying to like throw a penalty flag. It is all over the place.
Did you see that rule they changed over the weekend, Kimmy, where coaches throw penalty flags now instead of the referees?
Whatever you call those goddamn things. You get my point.
All right.
So, like, I'm going, hey, will you stop? You're going to knock. I don't want to be wearing your Diet Coke. So I end up,
Yeah.
I killed the bee. I don't know
Oh.
how I
Look at
did
you.
it. You know, it's one of those things, like, timing, boom, I nailed that son of a bitch.
Big, strong man.
Did you do it with your fist?
No, took the napkin, got
Oh,
him.
look
Got
at
him.
you.
Dead. We're cool.
All right.
We don't have to go inside. As soon as I kill it, second bee shows up. Like they were waiting.
They're
like it was a tag team.
What'd you
off
do to
the
my
ropes.
friend, bitch?
Yeah. Here comes second bee. So now we end up just picking up our stuff
Yeah.
and going. We don't even ask. Like we're just going inside.
Okay.
We'll find a place to eat because we can't do this.
All right.
So the bee took over our meal.
But you said there was a reason why your wife was so nervous about the bee.
Well, my wife always says like I'm allergic to bees. But she's never had an incident where she got stung and went to the hospital because of the bee.
Okay.
So I think she thinks she's allergic to them. She
But
doesn't
there must
like
be a
bees.
reason why she thinks she's allergic.
She
Is she allergic to other things?
I don't know.
You,
Okay.
it's your wife. What do you mean you don't know?
I mean, no, she doesn't have any like nut allergies or like, dude, you were talking like tomatoes or all that. No.
So she's never been stung by a bee in her lifetime?
I'm sure she's been stung, but I said, when you got stung, what happened?
Yeah.
She goes, I had a reaction, but you didn't go to the hospital. I mean, everybody,
Well-
you get stung, it gets irritated, but
Yeah.
like people that legitimately could die like that kid in that movie, no.
Well,
Doing
there's different.
My Girl references
That's
at
what-
6
yeah.
o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't think of it. I kept saying like the one with Billy Crystal.
He needs his glasses. The one with Billy Crystal. That's City Slickers, you idiot.
Yeah, that's all I could
Much
come up with.
different movie.
Didn't Curly die from that?
Yeah, they never found his gold because he got stung by all those bees. What is Kimmy's not getting any of this?
But
right now.
yeah. So I don't think she's allergic.
All right, so
To that degree.
I cannot believe you just said that out loud because you were tiptoeing and you just
know.
went for it. I think you're lying about being allergic to bees.
I think she thinks like it's like
Well, there's probably like different levels of reaction if you're
yeah,
allergic.
ow.
So no, she
oh
may
my
have
God,
a more
this movie
severe,
ends horribly for that child.
She may have a more severe reaction than the average person. Doesn't mean she's gonna die.
But she thinks she's gonna die.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
Well, but why chance it if you're not sure?
We,
Right?
hey, the plates were picked up and we went inside.
But you weren't happy about it to the
Well,
point
no,
where
who's
you.
happy? I'm sitting. I just got a beer. I'm comfortable. You know, once you get set, like I just, if you just started eating, Nobody likes to get up once you're locked in.
Honey, we're going to risk your life because I'm set. I got a beer and we're set. I feel comfortable. If you die by bee, it's the way it was supposed to be.
I had like this killer Mediterranean salad I'm digging here,
You can
man.
still eat it inside.
Okay.
It's better on the canal.
I got inside at home.
So here's the thing. You also have outside at home.
I know.
Yeah, true.
All right. So there are times at a marriage where you feel like you finally have to like stand up and say something, right? Things that happen so many times that you think are ridiculous. You go, hey, listen,
Right.
honey, I love you, but blah, 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 blah. I could die from allergy. Personally, would not be a hill I want to like climb and stand up and yell.
Well, you know
on.
how I feel about allergies.
Yeah, but you never know.
But they're so overblown, man.
But here's the thing.
And
Like
the
you were
news gets in
married
your
to somebody that had a really severe allergy to the point where she couldn't walk on a beach.
We were so close.
But like I would think like you having that experience, you would take allergies super seriously.
I kind of thought she was BSing that one too. Turned out she was having heat stroke. This is my second wife.
Yes.
Yes. And my first wife was allergic to chocolate.
But like the fact that you thought your second wife was BSing, and it turns out she absolutely was not.
She had a heat stroke.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that would
From the ocean reaction.
that would also lead me to believe that you would be more cautious moving forward. Like
it didn't take.
Being ignorant and stupid is one thing, and it's amazing how you could be both ignorant and stupid at the same time. Like you're so ignorant, you are stupid while being ignorant. But the fact that you didn't learn a lesson, right? Because there are guys listening to the show that have been like, oh, that's stupid. And then they watch it happen and they go, oh, my God. And they change the way they think for the rest of their life. Yeah. You are such a special brand of idiot.
Yeah. My groove is cut.
Like, no, but
I ain't getting out of this groove, baby.
Like, God forbid.
What?
God forbid you say that to your wife. You're not even allergic. She gets stung by a bee and something terrible happens.
I wouldn't want to take that chance.
But like if somebody says, well, I'm allergic, my thing, well, what happened when you got stung? Mm-hmm. And they go, well, not really much. This is not like I really got an allergy.
But even still, even if she wasn't allergic, like getting stung by a bee isn't fun.
No.
Right? Like that's something like if you could avoid, you would.
No, I'm kind of with him on the staying outside for the bee thing though, right? Like,
yeah, but you hate outside.
I do hate outside, but if I'm already set, like I'm kind
of. I said you're locked in.
Okay, no, I'm not on your side. Don't you dare try and grab me and pull you over to your side. What I'm saying is, if there's not an allergy situation, it's just one bee. We can eat around one bee. It's not that big a deal. Like my wife and daughters no allergy, flip out.
Every woman I've ever been with is anti-bee, except my niece who raises bees, and she's probably scared of them. But you're right. Every time a bee has showed up in any woman I've dated, it's complete chaos.
Bro, I watched you react to a mouse in this room. I don't know if we can throw stones here. You put your feet up on your chair.
All I did was daintily put my feet up on the chair.
I mean, can't be Mr. Tough Guy right now.
It was not a good day for your masculinity. It was not.
In these shoes, I can't imagine.
I can't get mouse prints on my shoes.
Yeah, they're already nice shoes,
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy and his wife go out to lunch yesterday. Beautiful on the canal, sitting outside, having delicious meal. Bee shows up. Tommy kills it because he's a man. Second bee then shows up.
Wasn't ready for second bee. I already wasted the napkin on the first bee.
His wife freaking out because she said she's allergic to bees, to which Tommy replies, no, you're not. Shut up. Shut up. Because, like, I don't know. I'm at the age now, and I figured you would have been here, too, with all your experience, being married and everything, where if I'm going to say something to my wife, like, that's wrong, or no, you're not, or whatever, I have to flash forward to the moment if she's right.
Yeah.
Right? And how it all plays out. And in your scenario, if she's right, and you go, it has you in an emergency room with something you'll never live down for the rest of your life. Like, that will be a story she tells everybody that comes over to your house for the rest of your life. Every time a bee shows up, she'll be like, remember that time you said I wasn't allergic and we ended up in the emergency room and they're sticking 40 EpiPens in me?
But here's the thing. I talk a lot of crap on my father. But I do have some of my daddy in me. And the one thing I do have is that I'm an underreactor when it's not about me. And I know that's bad, and I got to work on that, Pat.
Work on it? You're going to die soon. How much time you got left, man?
I don't know.
You're running out of runway here.
But, I'm like, relax. Relax. It's nice out. I got grilled eggplant over here, man. I don't get this very often. Now I got a bum rush inside, look for a table to sit at like we're Mary and Joseph.
Were you the only ones that went inside?
No. Yes. There was an old couple out there, even older than us. Believe it or not, wearing my hat, and
I'll let you know you made the right hat choice.
They stuck it out, but they're They were getting close to the end there.
But you know, Mary and Joseph went outside. It's the opposite of Mary.
I thought they were in the manger.
Yeah, but outside. Yeah.
They didn't have a roof?
Well, I don't know. I
thought it was like a utility shed.
Yeah, but they didn't have any room inside, so they were outside utility shed.
No,
yeah,
but like you're going table to
table
table looking for a room at the inn. I guess is my point.
Shut up, you. Gee, what's funny about the whole father thing, right? Like I understand.
Well, yeah, everybody's got their parents in them.
Sure.
And you don't get all of it out.
No, I get it, right? But like it's one thing there are three kinds of guys, right? There are guys who never realize that, and they just because they're their parents for the rest of their life, and it's not good. There are folks who realize they have that and then do what they can to make themselves better.
Sure.
You're a really unique kind of individual who sees that terrible thing inside him.
And I fight it.
No, but you're not, though. You're just like, that's how it is. My dad's an idiot. Also going to be like him and not fight it at all.
Listen, man, sometimes you can't fight them genes, bro.
You accept it.
Well, sometimes some of that stuff just hardwired in. And don't spend your entire life trying to defeat something that you can't beat.
What the hell are you talking about?
And some things are just like they're just there. They're hardwired into your head.
No, that's like male pattern baldness and
and
congenital
alcoholism.
heart defects.
And
yes,
alcoholism.
Sure, fine, that's fair. Being upset that your wife doesn't want to die via B is not one of those things. Like, what is wrong with you? You're right.
That is something you can change if you wanted to.
God.
We'll try.
Like if you have a genetic cholesterol problem, fine, I get it. This is not that.
But you get your personalities from your parents. We all do.
Yeah, sure, but you pick and choose when you get
Can
older. Yes, because you just admitted you saw the flaw in your
Yes,
father that you see in
did.
yourself, and you go, "Bet, what are you gonna do? This is how I am. Don't try to change me, man." Like, all right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
When it comes to your husband, I mean, you're not a good bug person either. I'm assuming.
I mean, yeah, I'm probably not the best bug. Anything that's like flying in my face, yeah, no.
Come on.
Like a bee, you know how it kind of just like attacks you and then it
bees,
goes
sure.
away.
You did this.
You did this.
No, you did it.
You did it.
You is you.
Your weird ass mind went there.
Do you make your husband kill bugs for you, or do you handle your own dirty work?
I would say for the most part, I make him do it.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
especially stink bugs. He's
Number
on
one.
stink bug duty.
Number one villain of the summer season are stink bugs in my house. My wife will tell me where it is and then stand back with the dog and watch me kill it.
Well, you're not
And-
supposed to smush it though, because then it attracts more stink bugs. So
So-
you gotta like lightly pick it up with
Yeah,
like a
but you
cloth
gotta,
or
and then I
something.
flush it because I used to put them outside, and she
Yeah.
goes, "No, they'll come back in." So
You
I have to flush.
waterboard the poor thing?
Yeah. I'm Dick Cheney when it comes to that crap.
Will you, if there's like a spider in a room your husband's not in, will
Okay,
you?
spiders don't bug me because the spiders catch the stink bugs.
Thank you.
So I leave the spiders.
Okay.
Wife was
He
everything
will
dead.
he'll like vacuum up the spider webs, and I'm like, no, keep it there. It catches
does.
the
Well,
stink
really,
bugs.
you keep spider webs in your house?
No,
like there's
she
a,
wants them gone too. And I made that pitch. So
Yeah.
like, they're
it's
like,
caught them before, so I'm like,
they're like-
Dad, just leave that there.
but they're like nature's exterminators. They'll take care of business. Like
Sure.
the cat eats the mouse. But she still doesn't want it, so we even flush the cats. Everything down the toilet. No, she wants it all out. She goes Gambino on this stuff.
I guess what
I
I'm
want him dead. I want his family dead.
So, like, if there's a stink bug in your husband's in the other room, you will call him to take care of that stink bug
Yeah.
for you. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
probably.
It's just weird how we as a society have decided that's an appropriate thing. Because that I have a problem with. If there's a spider, spiders aren't going to hurt you. They're not going to hurt you. My wife hates spiders.
Yeah.
If she sees a spider, if I'm downstairs, she will scream bloody murder. I will run upstairs to make sure she's not, like, bleeding out on our, bathroom floor. And she'll be like, a spider.
Well, you're disappointed because she's half Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
And I was figuring if you live in a tropical climate or you were raised around parents they're pretty nonchalant about bugs.
I guess it's a woman thing, not a cultural
So
thing.
do like women in Jamaica flip out when they see this stuff, or is this just like comes again? You grew up with it; it would be more natural.
I don't know. Her aunts and cousins from the island, they're pretty tough. I don't think they would do that. I'm very scared of them.
Yeah,
Very intimidating.
so they ain't taking no lip off of no bug.
I don't think so.
Or they don't even probably care about a bug.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But I have to go get them. And I don't want to kill the spider either. I just bring them outside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gently.
But she gets mad at me. Like, same thing. She wants me to kill the spider. And she same
Smash
argument. They'll get back in. But, like, there's a billion spiders.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
same thing. We had an ant in our house the other day. She was kill it. I go, ants.
There's many more where that came from.
There's gajillions of ants
Yeah,
everywhere.
they have friends.
Thank you. All right, so I guess the moral of the story is, 1,
Eat inside.
okay, that's a good one. 2, don't tell your wife she doesn't have an allergy if you've never seen what happens. And 3, it's our job as men to handle the bugs.
Yes.
We got a dynamite. The Bugs Got Friends kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's been said that there are no bad ideas, just out-of-the-box ideas.
Oh.
And this idea is definitely out of the box.
All right.
There are going to be people who say it's a terrible idea, but when it comes to our kids' education, you can never be too safe.
Oh.
There has been a problem over the last 5 years with getting kids to go to school.
Truancy?
You got it. In fact, it might be the worst it's ever been in American history.
Really?
Yes. So a couple of different cities across America independently had the same idea. They were going to do this for the kids that decided to show up every single day.
Okay.
And what they found is this was wildly successful.
Okay.
Not only for getting them to come back to school, but for them to keep their grades up. The problem is, when we tell you what they did, 1/2 minimum of everybody listening is going to flip the F out.
Well, every man I don't even know what it is, but I'm guessing every man my age is going to hate this.
No, you're right. Yes. I didn't get this.
Where's mine?
I didn't get that. What was that?
They owe me 15 years back pay.
We'll tell you what it is. Just after 7 o'clock here at the Break Room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy. Bit of a situation. We're talking about bugs freaking you out. These are much bigger than bugs. But for some reason, these specific animals don't bother people.
Oh.
And, rarely do you see them in public. But even when you do, people just walk right up to them. Hey, how's it going?
Oh.
That's what some folks did on the throughway yesterday.
Wait,
when these
the guy
showed
with the
up.
car?
Yeah. And here's the thing.
Holy crap.
These look gentle.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I don't know anything about them. And they're much bigger than we are.
Yeah.
We'll tell you the story next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Everybody thinks they're an animal expert.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that is more common, Tommy, when they're animals that you see around you on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
you're kind of familiar.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing.
What?
We're not familiar with these. 95% of people are not familiar with these, but you see them on the side of the road, behind fences when you're driving by, and you go, oh, okay, that's fine.
All right.
These are not animals you hear about attacking people all the time.
They're genteel.
Yes, but I don't know if they're out walking around, if I could just walk up to them and everything will be just fine. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. Your Buffalo Bills were at it again on Saturday night.
Oh, boy. What a wild game.
There's good news and bad news.
What?
The good news is the defense looks like it's going to be just fine. The bad news is they're going to have to build a hospital on the property at One Bills Drive.
We went down now.
Everybody. We'll get into it. Other than your mom, everybody. Including your mom. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. On Friday.
Yeah.
There was a hubbub at the Ontario Thruway rest stop on the border of Monroe and Genesee counties.
Okay, what happened?
9 cows
Oh.
escaped from a local farm.
And ended up at the rest stop?
Yes, they were walking around the rest stop.
Okay.
And they
Do you think they know they escaped?
the cows?
Yeah, or are they just like, hey, we can wander farther today?
Oh, that's a good question. Well,
Did
no,
they
because,
like actively try to break out?
Okay, so there was that one story we had last year of
Yeah.
that cow that had got loose on the
Yeah.
west side. And that cow seemed like it was actively
Yeah, I
running
guess
away
you're
from
right.
people.
Yeah.
So maybe they do know that they escaped.
Okay.
So the cows went to the rest area. They saw the markup on the fast food, and they went back to their farm,
Right.
and that was the end of that story. No. So the 9 cows were just wandering around.
Yeah.
Folks got out of their cars and were taking pictures and walking up to the cows.
Like petting the cows and doing selfies.
Now, I didn't see petting cows, but I saw people close to the cows.
Right.
Kimmy, it says members of the facilities team helped get the cows back to the farm from which they escaped.
Yeah.
Does that mean people who work for the state?
That's what it sounded like it.
So you had to herd them back?
But it also sounds like, if that's the case, does that mean people that have no cow experience were just like,
Figured out a way to. I wouldn't know what to do. Like I
just
wouldn't know
saw-
how to direct them.
Yeah, we've seen
No, that's you say
Westerns.
yeah for horses. You don't say it for cows.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Ah.
No, it's a horse. See, now all the horses are running towards you. You got a problem.
When have you ever seen them round up a herd of horses? They're always
Yeah.
round-
What do you mean?
You're
There's
on the horse, herding the cow.
No, you say yeah
kind
to
of-
the horse, so the horse runs. Yeah.
You say it to the cow.
No, you don't. No one's ever yada cow ever.
I think you're wrong. I think you got to ask backwards.
Okay. You get, I know, because there's also
You're
horse.
never going wrestling with me, bro.
There's also horse situations where you go, yeah, when there's no cows around because it makes the horse go. Yeah.
According to movies.
Your wife is a horse person.
Yeah, she was.
Why don't you call her right now? Ask her what is and what is not appropriate. So, like, I don't know if I should be impressed by these facilities workers being able to run up these cows or if that's just something we would all know what to do in that situation.
Well, apparently we don't.
No.
Well, I don't know. Like, do we, like, go hand by hand and be like, not yeah, whoa.
Like would they just move if you walked up? Because it doesn't seem like they really, move for much.
Right.
Can you
Can you push him?
Push
Come
a
on.
cow?
I
Go
don't
over
know.
here.
I mean, you could tip them, but that's not going to help your situation. Like, do you grab them by the collar and lead them
No,
back?
we can grab them.
Do they
I
have
don't
a collar?
think they have a collar.
No, because what do you put the bell on?
The bell. What are you doing, man?
don't
What are you
think they have a
nursery
collar.
rhymes? They don't have bells on them.
Says man who goes, yeah.
The bell would drive that poor cow nuts.
I thought they still had bells.
No, ain't no damn bell on a
I
cow.
don't know.
They're
That's like nursery rhyme crap.
252 WCMF 2529263. I guess the big question is this.
What's that?
Can a cow hurt me?
They can kick you.
Yeah.
Because
Cows
if you
kick?
don't, when you go to milk them,
Yeah.
you have to approach them from the side, not the back, because they can kick you.
Gotcha.
Especially when you get up underneath there and you got a handful. You gotta be really careful.
Are we still talking about cows?
No, it's about your mom.
Okay, great.
I always bring a stool and a pail.
Kimmy, cows look gentle.
Yeah.
But they're also huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
They're like a cow.
one of my husband's coworkers has
Yeah.
a farm, and he invited us to his
Oh.
farm out in Chili to pet like the big furry cows, the Highland cows.
Okay.
And like I was like, yeah, that'll be fun. And then like the closer I got to these cows, I got scared because they're just so big. You know what I mean? And I'm like, to your point, I'm like, can it like knock me over? Like,
did
how does that
they-
work? But he's
Did they warn you?
Yeah, I mean, they basically say like, if it comes up to you and like it's, I don't know, kind of like nudging, you could just kind of like push it and it goes in a different direction.
Oh.
But I don't know if that's every cow or if that was just these cows, but they were pretty gentle. But to your point, like they can easily knock you over without doing much.
Yeah, God forbid you push the cow with an attitude problem.
Yes.
Badass cow. Mm-hmm. Oh, he'll yaw you right back. Yeah, yourself. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about these 9 cows that escaped a local farm near the Ontario Thruway rest stop on the border of Monroe and Genesee counties. Some facilities workers apparently got them back into the farm, but as usual, because there's animals out, people are out of their cars taking pictures, walking closer to these cows. You know, what stories like this always have in common are how nonchalant people are going up to animals in the wild that are just chilling.
Yeah,
or
I don't know if I'd
escaped.
approach a cow without any assistance.
but this is
Without
that-
somebody that knows what they're doing.
This is that time of the year when you watch the news and you can see people like out at Yellowstone.
Yes!
And
Yeah.
you'll see them like
They'll
going
go
up
to
to
like
these
the buffalo.
horned buffalo that
Yeah.
are the size of an SUV.
So there was an 80 or something year old woman last month
Yeah.
who was gored by a buffalo
Oh, yeah.
in Yellowstone.
It happens every few months. You hear a story about it.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask a question? How do you live to be 80-something?
I don't know.
With that kind of common sense.
She's got to be out for meds.
Her buffalo meds?
It must be. Because, like, you would think being on this planet this long, don't F with that thing. They're not nice.
But I mean, I don't want to F with most things, right? Like deer look like the deer are very gentle,
Yeah.
right? I don't want to get near a deer.
No.
That
Got
thing could,
teeth?
Well, I'm not worried about the teeth. I'm worried
I
about
am.
the hooves can slice me open,
Hooves?
right?
Yeah,
Those things are
hooves.
sharp if they get
Yeah.
going. Like what? I'm afraid
The
of every
antler.
animal.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hurt the animal, but I don't want to get near the animal
Yeah.
unless
I'm
it's a
with you.
government-sanctioned animal petting event.
Do you know the difference between a cow, a bull, and a steer?
No.
I don't either. And I cut meat for 15 years. So I don't know.
A bull and a steer aren't the same thing.
Well, bull got horn.
Okay.
Okay, so
Steer,
that's a bull.
Bull, like you see, like a matadors and all
Yeah.
that crap.
All right,
right?
so
Yeah.
bull's got horns.
So you know that one, do not F with.
Okay.
Steer, I don't know.
What is a steer?
So steer, that's a beef cow.
Okay. So it's a dude cow?
Dude cow, it's got, all this stuff.
Okay, gotcha. And
You
then
got your lady cow.
Lady cow.
That's your milker.
Okay.
So steers and bulls are both male cattle, but they have different physical characteristics and behaviors.
So is the steer less aggressive than
Seems
the bull?
like it.
He might be castrated,
Okay.
Yes.
and then the bull got a full set.
Wait.
And you know a lot about this.
Well, he did cut meat.
Yeah.
And,
It's been a long time.
and they let him take home all the bull testicles he chopped off.
No, the steer testicles.
Same thing.
You know those?
They were bull testicles until they became steer.
They're called mountain oysters, and they're not bad.
You did not eat bull
Did you
testicles.
try it?
Yeah, but you've spent time in Kentucky.
Yeah, well, Rocky Mountain oysters is what I thought they were
Yeah,
called.
same
yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
But they're tasty as hell.
What do they taste like?
I could
Yeah,
it's an experience. I could help you out.
really.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, it's just so funny you bring this up, man.
Why is that?
I just got into the testicle game.
You brought it up, but go on. So where would this testicle game be?
I just set up a killer little kiosk in a bedroom.
What's it called?
Uncle Tommy's old time mountain oyster, from my balls to your tongue, sauce.
Have you really had them?
Yes,
What do they taste like?
they just taste like beef. It's like if you ever eat beef heart or anything like that, it all just kind of tastes like beef.
Okay. Like, and you were aware of what you were eating?
Yeah.
And it didn't freak you
Yeah,
out?
that would ruin. I feel like if you just knowing what it was, you wouldn't.
It wasn't bad.
Ugh.
I was with that fiance at the time.
It must have pissed you off. Really, you'll have these?
Was it expensive?
I don't know if she was paying. I was broke.
I didn't know if it was like a delicacy.
No, there's nothing. There's no such thing as a delicacy in
I
Kentucky.
don't know. There's some weird stuff.
Yeah, but it ain't a delicacy.
By the way, bull testicles would be a delicacy?
I'm asking.
Give me more money for these testicles, please. Going back to the story about the cows getting loose at the rest area on the thruway, right? It's a funny and cute story for one very important reason.
What's that?
These cows, Tommy, they made it to a thruway rest area, which means
Yeah.
they were not all that far away from the thruway.
Yeah.
Do cows cross the road?
Well, I always thought they had fencing up, so I guess if they get out, they can.
Yeah, right. Okay, but they're like not afraid of the road, are
don't
they?
know.
I don't know.
Or like,
I mean, they don't experience it. They probably don't know what the F it is.
have you guys ever heard of a cow being hit by a car?
No, I mean, I almost hit one time in Florida.
A cow?
It was they were
A Florida cow.
It was where I wasn't supposed to be. Yeah, very uneducated. Yeah.
Because, if these cows didn't show up at the rest area, they could have wandered
Yeah.
across 90.
Oh, yeah.
And you could have had
Which you would
someone,
have been like, what the hell?
Oh, you and that cow were a goner.
right? 70 miles an hour blasting a cow in the middle of 90. And you're right, Kimmy, you wouldn't even know what you were looking at.
Yeah.
There's no way. You would think you're
Why-
hallucinating.
yeah, like if you saw it in the distance, why isn't that deer moving?
There's 9 giant white deer standing on the side in the middle of the road there. I mean, thank God it all worked out the way that it did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the cows were attracted to the smell of the rest area?
Well,
Maybe.
they're not meat eaters.
Well, you know what I
They're
did
grain.
find out? Cows like peppermints.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Like
It's
the candy?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like a little treat that gets them to like move around. I don't know.
peppermint?
Yeah,
I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so either.
There you go. For Peppermint Cow Factory Day. I don't know, because
Because why would they be because the rest stops cooking meat?
That's what I mean. That would
Them.
be deeply
Yeah.
disturbing. Like,
Yeah.
that's your cousin. Mm-hmm. And you're walking, oh, what's going on over
Even
here?
your milk products are in there. Everything about you is in that joint.
Do you think if cows knew that we were taking their milk for ourselves, they'd be upset? Like, I get they'd be upset about, us killing them and eating them.
What do they think we're doing with it when we're pulling thousands of gallons out of this joint?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do they realize what we're doing?
They don't realize it, bro. They got a brain the size of like an avocado.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there are some animals that are very, very smart. Like there was a story last week that said horses, for example, can plan ahead and come up with like schemes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So like,
What are they waiting on?
You wait, bro.
Planet of the Hooves?
Say y'all one more time. See what happens. Do it. Say
Yeah.
y'all. Say yeah. Do it. You won't.
So I figure like pigs are supposed to be super smart and you can train them
Okay.
like a dog.
Yeah.
But I think that's about it.
Well, no. I mean, there are some dolphins may be smarter than us.
I ain't buying that dolphin
You
crap.
ain't buying dolphin.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I understand they're like smart for a fish, but don't expect too much.
They are mammals
Yeah.
like us.
Yeah, like killer whales, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they're hungry. They'll figure out a way to eat your ass.
All right. I mean, there's been videos of whales participating together in tipping over boats
Yes.
that they're pissed about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
All right.
these things are smart.
Yeah, to a point. Yeah.
Did you see Blackfish? That thing killed that one guy.
Oh, that poor thing.
Take that. You know why?
Why?
Yawed at him. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills were in action for the second time
Ooh,
on
boy.
Saturday night, and all Bills fans wanted to see was a functional team.
Yes.
Right? Someone that looks like they could put a team that looks like they could put something together.
And I was supposed to get Josh Allen for a half.
Look, be happy you didn't get Josh Allen. It all worked
Oh,
out.
I was thrilled to settle down to that.
Here's why you should be happy, because the man who replaced Josh Allen ain't practicing today.
Oh,
And the Bills have a single quarterback left that they started training camp with.
You're kidding me.
The man who didn't start on Saturday. He wasn't the only one. Defense looked great. This is a problem. We'll get into it next on CMF. If you were tuning in Saturday night to see Josh Allen,
Yep, and I did.
you were disappointed.
I know.
But after what happened, that was 100% the right call.
Oh.
Because we are now at a point, before the season has even started,
Yeah.
Bills fans are chewing their nails down to the skin as player after player is leaving the field with the help of a trainer.
So that banged up, or they may not come back, or what?
You're hanging out in the break room. Right? It's just Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, if an idea gets results, you'd think that's a good idea.
Well, yeah, that's what an idea is supposed to do.
And the folks who implemented this idea across the country say this is a good idea.
Fantastic.
It's an extreme idea.
Sometimes you got to get extreme, Pat.
Well, look, man, when kids aren't going to school, to get them back to going to school, I mean, that seems pretty important. I promise you. At least, minimum, one half of people listening to this show are going to freak out when they find out what is being suggested to fix this problem that has become big, Tommy,
All right.
over the last 5 years, not only across the country, but right here in Rochester. But, I mean, if you're training kids to get ready for a job, which I guess school is.
It is, yeah.
This would do that.
All right.
We'll get into it. Tell you what the idea is just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills get their first win of the preseason over the Steelers. A 9-3 barn burner last night. Saturday Night Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Josh Allen and the starting offense were supposed to get about a quarter and a half of work. That was the plan.
Yeah.
That plan changed on Saturday. Storms rolled through Pittsburgh, soaking the field.
Yeah.
They were worried about Josh getting hurt, so they sat him down. The Bills also had spent the week, Tommy, in Pittsburgh practicing against the Steelers. McDermott said that Josh looked good enough in those practices. He was fine with him not playing on Saturday.
Okay.
And it turns out, well, I know you were pissed when you turned the game on.
Well, yeah, I was expecting to see a little bit of, a little action.
You didn't want a Mitch Trubisky revenge game?
I guess I didn't know what I wanted.
They made the right choice
All right.
because as the night went on, the Bills' injury problems, which are already prominent, kept getting worse.
Who got banged up?
Well, we just brought up Mitch Trubisky.
How bad?
He left the game with a knee injury. No timetable on that right now. Did you see anything about his knee, Kimmy?
I have not seen anything yet.
Okay. As of right now, Josh Allen is the only healthy quarterback that started training camp on the roster.
Who's
Shane Buechele, first he played in the first game. He got hurt. He was released. They brought in Ben DiNucci.
Danucci?
He played the second half of the game and a little bit of the first half yesterday. But now that Trubisky went down, you may have to go find a second backup to sign, depending on how bad his knee is. New wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
All three of those guys went down?
He had a neck injury that looked kind of scary at the moment. All the players came out on the field.
Yeah. When I always panic when the guys start, forming a circle and taking a knee. It's like, uh-oh, that's not good.
So he left with a neck injury. Turns out it's just a sprain, no timetable, but it's not as bad as everybody thought it was going to be. Defensive tackle, Austin Johnson, a free agent signing who's going to factor into the D. He went down with a calf. Quentin Morris, Bills fans know him well. Tight end, he suffered a shoulder injury. And rookie edge rusher, guy who's been getting a lot of talk in camp, Javon Solomon, he had a calf as well. He went down. Why, Kimmy, does this keep happening?
I don't know. I mean, is this a unique thing to the Bills? I guess I haven't been paying attention to other teams, but it seems like a lot. It seems like more than the average preseason injury list.
How does Kansas City not have any of this? Like, Mahomes is literally throwing balls behind his back, having fun.
By the way,
it's almost like a carnival atmosphere, and this team can't get out of its own way.
Well, I mean, preseason doesn't matter. That's why Mahomes.
That's
no, but
where
how
you
come
try
they don't
stuff
get
like that.
banged up?
They do. No, they do get banged up.
All right, I saw the stars on the field.
You talking in preseason?
Yeah.
That I don't know. Because it's not like the Bills practice. They don't have hard camps.
I mean, it seems like they're being really, cautious with everything. And
McDermott, for being an old school coach, I mean, he's really into the sports science and the timing and like the nutrition and all that stuff, which should be helping this. I mean, I know, like you said, Kimmy, every team deals with injuries, but it does feel like the last few years, the Bills, not only in camp but throughout the season, just get decimated. I mean, let's not forget the last game the Bills played last year, they were starting a linebacker who hadn't played a down of football all year and was sitting on his couch 2 weeks before.
That was the Kansas City game?
Yes.
Last game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just the Bills being unlucky or if there's some factor that they're doing differently than other teams that isn't like, preparing these guys for game action. I don't know. I have no idea why it seems like they struggle with this every season.
So it's obviously in McDermott's head as well, because not only did he sit Josh down, Matt Milano, Bills linebacker, tore his bicep in practice last week. He's out until best case scenario November, maybe until December. they held out other starting linebacker Terrell Bernard. And when they asked McDermott why, I'm paraphrasing, he said, I don't want to tempt fate.
Okay.
Right? Like, we're not going to put him out there. So what he saw as his two most valuable players, one on offense and one on defense right now, held him out.
All right, so they have one more preseason game?
Yes.
Yep.
Who's going to show up for this if he's not going to – if he's playing the save game?
Yeah.
It's got to be nobody's.
Well, so that creates a very serious discussion to be had here. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Josh Allen has gotten, 2.5 series with this offense? Mm-hmm. Every receiver is brand new except for Khalil Shakir. Do you go into the season with the mystery hanging over this team's head?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're not cold. They're playing in practice. They had that joint practice against the Steelers. They're doing 11
Yeah, but I
11.
would say that even when, Josh Allen was in, we didn't see much. I don't know how much of a, tune-up you're getting being in for just a few series.
Okay. So then you would start Josh Allen on Saturday.
I think I would.
Are they home or away?
Home.
Weather's going to be nice.
Maybe.
I think it's supposed to be pretty nice.
Okay. I mean, I trust you.
Yeah.
So you put
don't
him
have
out
to
nice
put him
weather.
out there long, but I think no.
No?
I don't want it.
All right.
Yeah, I guess if you've gotten this long, what do
Yeah.
you think you're going to get out of it putting him in for a couple of series? He's not going to get anything out of it anyway, except you're risking his ass.
I used to love the preseason. I loved the preseason when I was a kid because you get all these great stories. Guy was working at FedEx, now he gets an opportunity. He's going to make the team. Every second that Josh Allen is in a preseason game, I want to throw up. Every single second. And when I popped that game on Saturday night and I saw Mitch Trubisky take that first snap, I'm telling you, I have not been that happy in months.
All right.
And I don't know if that's an indictment on my wife and family, but it's how I felt. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So you would start him?
No. I mean, based on what you just said, why would you? Yeah. What are you going to get out of it, even if he plays a quarter? Is that going to make a difference in this season?
Hold on, because we were talking, I forget who we were talking to last week, where we brought up, they weren't playing well in the preseason last year, and I said everything was okay. And you were like, no, they went out and laid an egg against the Jets. And you're right.
The
They
Jets.
I would think this is less about Josh Allen, more about just getting the receivers used to Josh. I mean, I don't think Josh Allen needs to be out there, to your point. Like, the guy knows what he's doing, but you have all these new guys that he's going to be throwing to. I would just think, to try to build up that chemistry as much as possible, he plays a little bit.
All right, now I don't want to alarm anybody. Going along the line of Kimmy's point here. In 2 preseason games, the Bills have yet to score a touchdown.
Okay. Sure.
33-6.
Tyler Bass,
9-3.
MVP.
He has not missed a field goal yet, which is good.
And he's kind of shaky, right? Because they were talking about that.
He was towards the end of last season in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, by the way, it wasn't all bad as we're talking about
what
this
happened?
9-3 Bills barn burner in Pittsburgh. By the way, won both halves of betting on FanDuel. I have reached the point I'm betting on preseason football.
Ooh, that's fun.
That's a little desperate, but great.
Well, I got one. So
Just getting warmed up.
Stupid. The defense looked great on Saturday night.
Right.
Specifically, Greg Russo.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
He was on the field for 7 pass plays, and he got a sack on 3 of them.
Yeah, he was all over.
Domination, man.
Very good.
And like we said, Bills kicker Tyler Bass went 3 for 3 in bad weather. But the best story of the evening on Saturday may have been Bills linebacker Joe Andreessen.
Got to root for that guy.
Joe Andreessen?
Have you heard of him?
I have not.
Okay, so he went to high school in Buffalo, and he grew up a Bills diehard. He played his last year of college football last season at the University of Buffalo.
Oh.
He was brought in during rookie minicamp as essentially an extra body, and they gave him a tryout. And he impressed enough where they brought him to training camp.
Okay.
And thanks to injuries and the worry of injury we just brought up,
look for sure.
he played essentially the entire game.
Yeah.
And?
Small school kid. No one wanted him as an undrafted free agent. He was all over the field all night long.
Oh.
He looked like he belonged. I mean, look.
Kid's hungry.
A couple of months ago, well, which is weird because his mom's house is right down the street.
Yeah, you would think she'd feed him.
There was no way this kid was making this team a month ago. And now it's still a long shot.
Yeah.
But he could very well be a member of this practice squad, get a chance to get better and make this team down the road.
It's a great story for the town.
Playing for your favorite
I
team.
couldn't imagine. That's so rare to end up in the same city you grew up in as a fan of that team.
Like, I know, it's incomprehensible for most of us listening,
Yeah.
right? On a kind of lack of talent. But, I don't think I'd be able to do it just because, when I looked down and I saw the uniform, I'd be, oh, this is so cool. I'd be
You'd
distracted.
get overwhelmed with yourself.
I'd be distracted by my pants all night long. Look how blue the pants are in person. Check them out.
Imagine when they present you with the helmet.
Outside of somebody like Pete Rose, has that ever happened?
Oh, yeah, it happens.
Like where you grew up and you played in your whole. I mean, he was a star, obviously, but I mean, like, it's got to be super rare.
Naaman Roosevelt, wide receiver for the Bills, about 15 years ago, he did the same thing.
Buffalo kid.
Yeah, there's been a couple of Buffalo kids that end up
in
there.
bigger cities, I would imagine it happens more often.
And it happens with the Sabres all the time. Guy we had in here, Patrick Coletta, grew up in Buffalo, drafted by the Sabres.
Right.
I mean, it happens a lot. It's more than you'd think.
All right.
But, like, it has to be harder on him to make this roster. And I think that's what makes what he did on Saturday night so amazing. Only because the rest of the young guys fighting to make this team can just show up to work, make it a job for him, right? He's got a dream scenario that he has to now focus on not getting caught up in. He's got friends and family at every single game, right? Because these preseason games could be the only ones he ever wears a uniform, right? And you have to be distracted yourself. Standing on the sidelines, looking up at the Jumbotron, right? Josh Allen was the quarterback for the Bills when he was in high school. You're now sharing a sideline with him.
Yeah, that's true. Guys that you watched growing up.
You were 15 years old walking into that stadium to watch McDermott in his first season.
Yeah.
And now he's your boss.
Yeah, it's got to blow you away. But at least, if nothing else happens, man, you have that memory.
Okay, see, that's loser talk right there. That's
I don't
I'm
know.
really good at it.
I don't know if that would mess with you more because you were almost there,
But
or if you just never did it at all.
But 20 years from now, you run TV in an NFL game, even if it was preseason. you had
local TV, though. Local broadcast.
No, but it was also carried on the NFL Network.
Not locally, though, because it was on the local broadcast.
See, it's guys like you to ruin the experience.
No, but here's the thing. Look, I'm with you. I'm with you.
You didn't sound like it.
Well, no, because like we don't think we can make the NFL.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can.
Okay, so like just getting to that point would be like awesome.
It's insane.
For a guy who has that dream and believes he can do it, Kimmy's right. It would be more cruel to get that close, especially with the game he had on Saturday night. He feels like he can play in the league.
So you're saying it's going to haunt him now for the rest of his life if he doesn't make it?
It would haunt me.
Yeah, because think about it. How could you ever go to a game as a fan again?
Good call.
I wouldn't be able to. I think I would just be done with football forever. Because, again, it would just be weird. Like, I was once on that field, and now nobody cares about me. You know what I mean? Now I have to buy a seat.
So it's torture.
I don't know. I think it would be for me.
Yeah.
Unless he makes this roster, makes the practice squad. Do you live with your mom if you make the practice squad?
Where else are you going to go?
I don't know. You can get your own apartment.
Yeah, how much you get paid on a practice squad?
Well, 6 figures, like
not
150.
Yeah, I'm moving out 6 figure.
You want to Google it? It might even be 2. You want to Google what the
like
practice
minimum
squad is?
practice squad?
Rookie minimum practice squad.
$200,000.
It might be. Yeah, the NFL makes a lot of money. Don't know if you saw.
I didn't think like the schlubs got that.
Yeah, I know.
Schlubby kid gets $200,000.
But it's week by week, so you could be released from the practice squad and then your paychecks are gone. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you're locked in for guaranteed.
You don't get it for the year.
What is it?
The minimum salary for a practice squad player in 2020 was $8,400 per week, which totals to $142,000 and then some for 17 weeks.
So every year you're in the league, the minimum goes up.
Sure.
So like there are guys that are making $500,000 on NFL practice squad.
Just itching their ass.
Well, I mean, you're getting the team ready and you're
Yeah.
there.
Bro, but
I mean,
you
you're
ain't
still putting
doing-
your body out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on.
What?
I mean, that's sweet bread,
No,
man.
it
for
is.
just being a jerk side guy.
Okay, but let's look at what happened with Buffalo the last couple of years. Like, for example, as the Bills were going to the playoffs, they had to bring on several guys from the practice squad. Hey, by the way,
I was going to say there's a more updated number here. As of last year, it was $12,000 per week, which is about $216,000 for 18 weeks.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If I'm on the practice squad,
Yeah.
and then I get called up because somebody got injured,
Yes.
and then I start playing. Let's say I play 4 games. Do I get a raise?
Yeah, you get
as
every
a starter.
game. Every game you play that week, you get the league minimum.
So then I'm a starter.
Yeah. Well, not a starter, but
Well, I
you
get a
game
nice
check.
bump.
You're
Yes.
on the roster.
So you got to be praying for injuries.
That's a good question.
Ooh.
Well, how could you not? Because you get your spot.
But then you also, like, let's look what happened with the playoff game, right? Like, you brought up a bunch of guys that were on the practice squad all season. Here's your opportunity against the greatest quarterback maybe that's ever
Everybody's
lived on national television in primetime. Go.
But I'm also thinking I'm getting
Go.
this.
Yes, yeah, but that could be the only this you get
Yeah, if you
because
screw it up.
you just got thrown out into the wolves and
But
maybe
that's
you
the
weren't ready.
gig, right?
Man.
Take the money.
All right, the Bills' final preseason game this coming Saturday against Carolina Panthers, the annual Panthers game. And please no Josh. Please no Josh.
All right.
No Josh.
All right.
Your kid's not going to be an NFL player.
What?
I'm sorry. You didn't become an NFL player. Well, you on account of your birth defective being 3 feet tall, but everyone else, lack of talent, right? So your kid needs to go to school.
You got to hit the books.
Problem, though,
What's that?
the last 5 years has seen a sharp decrease nationwide and right here in Rochester of kids going to school every day.
So they're delinquent.
Well, that's just it. Like, you like to think of like kids running the streets, right?
True and say.
But it's also kids that are just telling their parents, I don't want to go to school. Now, this idea that has been tried independently in different parts of the country worked, and it worked like a charm.
Really? Let's
Not
do
only
this.
to get the kids back, but to get their grades up top.
Let's do it.
The problem is when I tell you what they did for these kids to get them to come to school, at least minimum one half of the people listening are going to flip out. If it works, is it a bad idea?
Well, if it works, buddy.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Someone once said, Tommy, there are no bad ideas, just out-of-the-box ideas.
Okay.
And I want you to keep that in mind while we have this discussion.
Sure.
Because there is a problem with kids not going to school. They just don't feel like going.
Yeah.
And there is a proposed solution that has been experimented with to get those kids back in school. This is the greatest motivator known to mankind.
Okay.
And it has people either applauding this idea or freaking the F out. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:25, 7:30.
Yeah.
If we have a story of a grown father and son from the Wayne County Carnival,
can't be good.
it's not.
Oh, no.
We'll get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Did you know, Tommy?
What's that?
Since 2021, absenteeism for kids in schools across America has become a massive issue.
All right, they ain't going to school.
Last year, 1 in 4 students nationally were chronically absent, and chronically absent is defined by missing at least 10% of the school year.
So that's across the nation.
1/4.
Damn.
Yes. And so it's 1 in 10 kids. By the way, that's 10% higher, that number, than it was in 2019. So the good news...
What's the good news?
It's slowly getting better.
All right.
The bad news,
Yeah.
not fast enough. And it's forced school districts to come up with crazy new ideas to get kids into school. In Oakland, they came up with the most out-of-the-box idea.
What?
45 students were chosen as part of an experiment. The students, for perfect attendance, were given $50 a week.
So you get paid to go to school.
Bingo. If you missed a minute of class, you lost your $50. Part of that program also forced them to check in with an assigned adult daily about their schoolwork and how their home life was going. The idea being keep the kids' mind focused on school, that things will be fine. We're here to help you. We'll see what happens.
So they're very present.
Yes. The majority of these kids that were paid not only vastly improved their attendance, their grades went way up too. And there are other cities and communities across America that independently tried this. It wasn't like a big plan. They just had this idea and they went for it.
Right.
Every place they tried it, they said they saw big-time success. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, is it a good idea to pay kids to go to school?
Well, where's my $50? They owe me 15 years of back pay of $50.
252-WCMF. 252-9263. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is it a good idea to pay kids to go to school?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's not only going to, if it doesn't motivate the kid, it's going to motivate the parent to get to push your ass to school. The one thing I would worry about is forcing your kid to go to school if they're actually sick.
Oh, good call.
You know what I mean? Because I would think that, that kid may have something that's not so, strep throat, something that's not so great to spread to other kids, but I want that $50, so I'm going to school anyways.
So along the lines of the point Kimmy made, there are schools now that will not do perfect attendance awards for that very reason.
Okay.
Because I would think like a big part of the reason those numbers dipped was because people were being like extra cautious at that time, especially of sending their kid to school if they were even remotely sick.
Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
Now, I know that you like to think that you're a progressive person, especially when it comes to kids and education, because of the struggles you had with things that were undiagnosed back in the day. They didn't even know about them. That's how stupid you were. They did not even know what was going on with your head. If you found out that Pittsford was going to pay kids to go to school out of your wife's pocket, would you be okay with that?
It would chap my ass.
Why?
Because these Pittsburgh kids don't need no $50.
All right, what if it was city kids?
City kids, the problem is in the city.
Well, no.
With truancy.
No, I don't think you heard what I said.
I think I'm guessing.
Oh, here we go. No, please. Buckle up, everybody. Hold on. I'm buckling.
All right, so I'm guessing truancy is higher in the city.
Okay. You're talking about here.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's all I'm guessing across the country. It seems like poor sections of the country, this is a problem.
Very
Graduation
possible.
rates
Very
down.
possible. Sure.
You got to help the kids.
Okay.
But I ain't helping no rich kid get to school.
Okay, but
when
then
your school looks like a goddamn country club. Listen, you got rough ass school. I get it.
But what's rough at? Now you get into
Bro,
what?
we know nice ass.
All right. Well, no. I know
Victor
Pitts-
looks like Oak Hill.
What about Greece? Do those kids get paid to go to school?
Greece, you got 5 high schools. Pick one, kid.
What about Chili? Gates? What all these places? I see. That's what I mean. And by the way, if I promise you, if they start paying kids in one district, parents in other
it'd be
districts
hard
will be
not
like,
to.
And that's why you
make
can't
it
do it.
universal.
okay.
Yeah.
I love how you think it's a good idea that you can't do it.
I do think in underprivileged kids, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that $50 goes a long way in their household.
I love.
Goes a long way in any
Hoop
kid's
dreams. Let me
pocket.
tell you how this works out.
No, but listen, man, $50 in some rich kid's house, where's that going to?
All right. So before we go to the phones, I want to be clear. Look,
High organic milk.
granted, there is a small sample size here of kids getting paid going to school, right? That it worked. And nothing will motivate anything like cold hard cash, but the cash has to come from somewhere. So if we're talking about is spending money worth all we get out of it, right, to get these kids to go to school. Fact, kids outside of school are more likely to get in trouble, and we've seen that in the greater Rochester area, right? Fact, communities with higher graduation rates spend less money on social services. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's less of a drain.
Yes, things like food stamps, right? And the money that you're spending to keep some kids in school may save you tenfold 10, 15 years from now, right? And that's the back and forth. Can you appreciate what you're getting potentially out of the money you're investing 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now?
Okay.
Well,
But most people, that's the super ass long game.
Well, but that's what school is.
Right.
School is the super ass long game.
It is.
When do you start doing this? Like at what age?
I gotta pay you for a free education.
Would it just be high school?
Look,
High school.
Well, no, because look, you're right. Elementary school kids don't really have, you're locked in. It would be middle school or like when you have the opportunity.
Where it starts.
Yeah,
where you're running wild.
But the joke you just made, right? Like, look, I understand why people would look at this and say, like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. We shouldn't be paying kids to go to a free public school system that is provided for them through taxpayer money. And here's the thing. I know you feel that way. You just want to sound cool.
I see these North Korean kids going to school every day.
You don't.
In their uniforms, paying attention. They march to school.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. School districts independently across the country have started experimenting with paying kids to go to school to bring down the, as Tommy keeps calling it, truancy because it's the 1950s. But
where's your truancy officer?
Absenteeism. Absenteeism has become a serious problem with kids in school nationwide. Here in Rochester as well. It's up 10%. 10%.
10%. That's like half.
Since 2019. Keith's on CMF. Hey, Keith, how are you, brother?
Pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
So my question is, whatever happened to self-motivation?
I don't know where to go.
Why do we have to pay children to go to school when they should be self-motivated to want to learn for themselves?
Okay, yeah, but I wasn't self-motivated. I had a parent. And Pat had a parent who were also not self-motivated.
That made me go, but I wouldn't say I was self-motivated to go to school.
I hated school. Every
Keith,
minute of it.
Keith, let's chat here, buddy. And look, I'm going to ask questions. I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking because Tommy and I are in the same boat if we didn't want to go to school. Keith, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 36.
36. What do you do for a living?
I do HVAC.
HVAC. How good were your grades in high school?
I was about a C to a A average.
C to an A, yeah?
Pretty wide gap there, bro.
You could spell the word cat? I'm confused, Keith. All right, Keith, what I'm getting at is, would you consider yourself with grades that were C's, a self-motivated student when you were in high school?
When at the start, no. But when I got older, I started to realize that if I didn't pick up my slack, nobody else would. And on doing that, it made me a better person.
Okay.
For the fact that if I didn't pick up my own slack, then how could I enter into a better society?
And you thought about all this as a teenager.
He was a very bright teenager, Tommy. He was spelling cat.
You were looking at nudie books and thinking about getting high and grabbing boobies.
Looking at a porno book? Is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
Watching a porno book.
Steven, I'm motivated.
After high school, I also enlisted. So
no, Keith, but what I'm getting at is
before that.
With your kid, when you were a kid, did your parents make you go to school?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's what they're getting at here is like, look, not every kid is fortunate enough to have parents that are around.
To kick them in the ass.
Yes, or have the ability to be around because they have other things that they have to do to make sure that everything is taken care of at home. And again, Keith, I understand that this is a shocking idea. I understand that it may not be the best idea, but I do find it an interesting idea. And I don't know, maybe it's worth talking about before we're like, self-motivation.
Right.
Keith, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right. You guys do the same.
See you, buddy. I'm dumb. You're dumb.
I'm Southern dumb.
We both got bad grades in high school, right?
And I wasn't thinking of my future.
But like, how can a guy like Keith, who calls up, he got C's, he admits his parents made him go to school. Go, when I was that age, I had responsibility and I was driven.
Yeah.
Shut your mic's off.
Sorry, I was on the phone. As a teenager, though, like, you go to school because you have to.
Yes.
There's a very small percentage of kids that go to school that love school, want to be there, want to learn. You know what I mean? Like every day of the week.
Do you remember what your motivation for the future was when you were 15? Like when you thought about the end of high school, where did you see yourself? Because I could paint you a picture of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to get a cool apartment.
Okay.
I was going to buy a Corvette, and I was going to get wasted every night.
Well, you did two of those things.
Yeah, but like that's what I thought being an adult was.
Sure. No, see, I was a very depressed child. I saw what being an adult was in the neighborhood I grew up in. So, like, I thought I was going to get a job that paid me. I told you, my dream was I was going to get a blue-collar job that paid me $50,000 a year.
Which is $1,000 a week.
In my head, yes.
2 weeks off, you're fat.
That's what rich was to me. I was going to make $50,000 a year, and one day I'll get there.
Yeah.
One day I will get to that $50,000. 252 WCMF. I see you guys sitting on hold. Give me 1 second here because I do want to get into the actual discussion of how this would work. Because this school district in Oakland, and that's the one we have the basis for, right? Like I said, they paid these kids $50 a week to go to school. They had to check in with an adult, and all their work had to be done, right? If they missed a moment of class, that $50 was gone for the week.
Okay.
If you were going to pay, the big issue is how do you do it?
Well, it's tax money.
Okay, no, that's the thing. This thing in Oakland came from grant money. Somebody donated it to try it, and it only was enough for 45 kids. So they chose 45 kids to see if they would be benefited, if they would benefit from the program. Do you pay every kid in the school? Do you identify?
Well, you'd have to.
Not necessarily.
You can't just do it for some and not do it for the others. I mean, I would think if you're going to roll this out, let's say we're just going to try it in a whole school. Okay. You'd have to pay everybody in the school.
Well, no, you could identify the kids you believe are the most at risk because, like we said,
But then would that hurt the kids that are showing up every day? Like, would that hurt their motivation knowing there are people getting paid for doing what they're doing already?
Look, it's a valid question, but I think we can go back to the discussion we had before with the gentleman that just called you and me. We went to school because our parents made us go to school. So this, as much as I would want $50 at 15 years old for being there, it wouldn't be necessary for me because my dumb ass was going to be there.
But I think the parents of that kid would want their kid to have that $50.
You think your dad would be pissed if you didn't get $50?
You know, my old man wants the money.
My dad would start to care more about the money than my grades. Like, he would be like, as long as you're showing up and you're getting that $50 every day.
So you're saying the only way this would work would be to pay every kid
to blanket it all out. And how do you do that?
I mean, that's the other question. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's go back to some civil discussions on our phone lines. Carl's on CMF. Hey, Carl, how are you, brother?
What's up, buddy? How you doing, Duffy?
Good, man. What do you got?
We got to bring back the daily beatings. The hell with this nonsense. It's
I think daily beatings. That's a good idea.
Beatings?
Nothing gets me excited to go to school like the threat of being beaten.
And that's the problem. Parents aren't there half the time, and then in today's world, 2024, you really get to call CPS or this or that, and
All right, but Carl, let's talk about that. Hold on.
For the daily beating.
Now, Carl, again, I just want your background here. How old are you, buddy?
31.
31. What was your average, like grade average in high school?
Oh man, high school, you're looking C's, 65, 70, barely scraping by.
Welcome to the Dumb Club, buddy. We're happy to have you. Now, Carl, here's the thing. No, we're with you. You bring up this, the problem with society today is parents, and that's like an easy thing for everyone to say, and then they think they get to like take their hands and like wash it of it and be like, well, it's private. Parents are the problem. It sucks when you say that. The kids are still there.
Yes.
See, over there are the kids that either have parents that are working or have parents that decided they don't want to be parents or parents that are not good parents. So, Carl...
Those are the kids you beat for the daily beating.
You say that and you're like, oh, the parents should do something better to take care of their kids. But those parents don't care what you think, and those kids get left in their wake. So what do you do with those kids, Carl?
Shit, I don't know.
No, Carl, you can't curse.
You deserve a beating, Carl, for cursing on the air.
I'm sorry. That's the problem. I'm sorry. That's the problem. The kids are the ones that suffer.
No, but see, here's the thing.
So we should go beat the parents.
Carl, you're right. That is the problem. But it's easy. Like, if I walked outside and I got stabbed, right? I could be like, oh, here's the problem. I got stabbed. You know what I don't know how to do? Fix myself.
Yeah.
That's why I need someone smarter than me to do that. You know what I'm saying, Carl?
For the daily stabbing?
Yeah. Yep. No, I hear you.
All right, Carl. Thanks for
right.
the call, buddy. I
All right, so
appreciate
Carl
it.
says beat them children.
I always get disappointed when somebody younger than me has an old man take.
The daily beating?
Look, I don't think it's an old man take, right? There's the idea of
I mean, it's an old guy
Corporal
take
punishment.
for a 31-year-old
Capital
kid.
punishment?
no
Corporal
capital
punish-
punishment is murdering
What's
the
corporal
kids.
punishment?
Corporal punishment is what you're describing.
But then you got to get the corporals in there to do the beatings to the child.
Look,
and then go out to the parents.
I understand.
Even the family dog's in on it.
Kimmy, I mean, look, part of the American dream is the idea that you can grab yourself by your bootstraps and pull yourself up. And I get that. I
Yeah.
get it. I understand
Free
it.
country.
It's romantic. But, to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, you do have to have boots.
Yeah.
Boots have to exist. Can't be barefoot.
Yeah.
Pull yourself up by your fingernails, going to rip them off.
Yeah.
Now I'm bleeding, I'm stabbing, I don't know how to fix myself. This kid's got no fingernails. Carl's beating kids over here. 252 WCMF. We got Facebook messages coming in. We got more calls. Sit tight. I want to get there. I want to say this is stupid.
What's that?
Paying these kids to go to school because it's crazy. But, I mean, it does make more sense than it should when you really think about it. Because at its most basic level, Tommy, school exists for 3 reasons.
Okay.
1, educate your kids.
Right.
2, give them access to a range of different subjects to see what they're interested in. And 3, get them ready to eventually enter the workforce. And I guess I ask this of people that are listening that are very anti this, and I get it. Would anyone go to work if they didn't collect a paycheck?
Of course not.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you look at your kid going to school the same way you look at you going to your job, and don't say you don't, all you dads out there, because when my oldest wants to stay home from school, I have used the dad line, you think I could just not go to work one day? You think because I don't feel like it, could just not go to work?
Well, you do get paid leave.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that. If that's the argument you make, you can't really argue against paying kids to go to school.
But they're not producing anything.
Well, no, they're producing a future, Thomas. A future for you, a future for me,
All right,
a future
all
for
right.
themselves. Now, again, I understand that is a stretch of an argument, but I think it can't be made.
Okay. All right.
We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Ray writes us on Facebook. Again, we're talking about paying kids to go to school to fix the, as Tommy put it, truancy problem, absenteeism. Ray writes us, I don't think kids should get paid at all for school, but this plan isn't even for good grades. It's just for showing up. Besides not having the money to do it, it sends a bad example that just being somewhere entitles you to something. Okay, valid point. That does also describe about a third of the people going to work.
Show up because I have to.
Well, showing up's part of the half the battle, right?
Okay.
You got to be there first.
That's true. Alexis, let's get a lady take.
All right.
She writes us on Facebook. If these kids get $50 a day with no taxes, it'll be more than half of the adults who work at the school make. Even if you had the money, that could be a riot from the people who have been fighting to get paid more since schools had COVID. That is a good point.
All right.
It's $50 a week.
$50 a week.
It's like $500 a month.
No.
See, if he would have gotten $50 a week. No, $50 a week wouldn't have. I mean, what do you work, 3 hours a week? Oh. You're the world's slowest lunch lady? All right, let's take one more call. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Victor has the last word on CMF. Hello, Victor. How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. I think you guys are missing the opposite solution to this. I think you should fine the parents for the children not being in school, because that would have made my ass go to school back in 85, 86.
No, I hear you. They say the easiest way to fight poverty is to charge people with no money more money.
Well, when you're putting the burden on the parents rather than giving away money for just showing up, then maybe the parents will force the children to be in school.
No, but again, it goes back to
It's not necessarily a poverty issue either.
No, you're right.
I didn't grow up in poverty, and I missed school a lot.
Oh, your parents just suck.
I was just stupid with bad parents. No, look, Victor, I get what you're saying there. And I understand the want to put it back on the parents, right? Because they are the ones that should be responsible for these kids getting there. I mean, Victor, you also have situations where parents want to be responsible for their kids. They try to reach their kids, and the kids just don't care because it comes out of mom and dad's mouth. I mean, we have to factor in every situation because, Victor, I'm sure you were a massive prick to your parents when you were a kid.
Yeah, but you couldn't be, because back then I had Italian parents. You couldn't be that much of a prick to your parents.
I was.
Yeah.
My old man was Sicilian. I was a prick. Stand up for yourself.
Right.
Carl's coming in to beat you now. Victor, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Right.
There goes Fine and Victor. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Look, you don't send your kid to school. You don't pay him to go to school. One day, you end up with your adult son at the Wayne County Carnival, and this happens.
Oh, no.
Buckle up, baby.
Can't wait.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This story is so Wayne County, it hurts. And it works perfectly with another story we talked about last week.
Yeah.
Because keeping your hands to yourself when another adult gets physical with your kid would be almost impossible.
Yeah.
But would that same rule apply if your child was a grown-ass person?
Grown-ass baby man.
You got Grown-ass baby man was one of my favorite blues players from Louisiana.
Well, I'm a grown-ass baby man. You just don't understand. I'm still a man. I got needs, baby.
You're hanging out in the break room. How did you make that
I don't
sexual?
know.
Well, every blues tune is sexual.
Okay, even the ones about grown-ass baby.
Yeah, you got needs.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000, baby man.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log in, listen to CMF on the app 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends on CMF. Just after 7:45. Pretty sure they're just making up moons now.
Moons?
Well, there's a big celestial event happening this evening.
We got another moon?
Another moon, but it's a moon that's a combination of two moons we've heard before, but we've never heard these two moons together, and they're making it up. I'm telling you, they're making it up. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Palmyra. The Wayne County Fair was last weekend.
Well, that's one of your top fairs.
Yep, over the weekend. Fun time had by all. Well, almost all.
What happened?
A 23-year-old man was reportedly ordered to leave the fairgrounds.
Man, what do you have to do to get kicked out of the fairground?
What do you have to do to get kicked out of the Wayne County
Yeah.
Fair?
That's a pretty low bar.
To be
It
fair,
is.
To be fair, I've never been to the Wayne County Fair. I don't know. It could be a very classy event.
No, I'm sure it is.
That happened around 10 p.m., and it followed a fight. So fight happened, 23-year-old, 10 p.m., ordered to leave the Wayne County Fair. Story on 13 Wham says he allegedly re-entered the fairgrounds
You
afterwards.
can't keep me out.
But by the way, that's a hell of an advertisement for the Wayne County Fair.
It's that good.
Yeah.
The Wayne County Fair, not even the cops could keep me out. When he re-entered the fair, authorities say this 23-year-old man got into another fight, this time with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department.
Wait.
Was he the only one that got kicked out the first time?
All we know is the 23-year-old was kicked out. There could have been more. I don't know.
He got into a fight with the sheriff.
According to 13 Wham.
Maybe because they asked him to leave, I would imagine.
Story says 2 deputies were hurt in said fight. And if that was the end of the story, it would be a crazy enough story.
Yeah.
But there is a third character
Who's
we need
that?
to introduce. Say hello to this man's 62-year-old father. Authorities say he's been accused of shoving a deputy and trying to intervene while his son was being arrested. The son was arrested for third-degree assault, amongst other things. Dad for resisting arrest, amongst other things. Both men have court dates out in Wayne County coming up.
They say it runs in the family, son.
So you can look at this story one of two ways. Is this a heartwarming story of a father going to bat for his son? Or is this a nightmare of a situation where this father should have stood back and let his adult son deal with the situation he allegedly put himself in? And there may not be an easy answer here. You think there's an easy answer here?
Yeah.
What's the answer?
Yeah. These are a couple of country hotheads.
Okay.
And you're 10 o'clock at night, 62 at the county fair. Your ass ought to be home. What in the hell is your old ass doing it? If you ain't working that fair and you're just trucking around at that time of night, you're looking for trouble.
What about the Demolition Derby? You want to miss a Demolition Derby?
Oh, Demolition Derby was done at 8 o'clock.
You don't know that, man. A lot of demolition going on that night.
He ain't got no headlights.
They keep going until the cars stop running, son.
He was main event.
Look, okay, you're right. The easy answer is do not intervene when the cops are trying to arrest your son. I guess what I'm asking is what percentage of dads would do exactly what this dad allegedly did for their adult kids?
So even if you know your kid was in the wrong, like you were fighting.
I guess maybe you didn't know that going in.
Oh, come on. He's fighting with the cops.
You know your
no,
kid
I'm saying like,
at
but maybe
23.
you didn't know your kid got kicked out initially.
But he's still fighting with cops.
Right.
Hey, you know your kid. You know your kid's got it in him. He's a re-enter.
But you may
A
be,
re-enter?
You raised a re-enter.
you may have instilled that fight in him, which
Okay.
is something that you may be proud of.
Okay.
Which is why you, instead of trying to keep the peace, you went in with your kid because that's what you taught him.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's easy to say this is nuts. Personally, I think it's nuts, the story.
Yeah.
But I guess you can't entirely be sure what you might do if you were standing there watching your adult child in this exact situation. And if you are
arrested.
Yes, if you're on the child on the other end of this, do you think your mother or your father would have gone to bat for you the way this dad allegedly did? Like, Tommy, if you re-entered the Wayne County Fair, let's say your dad's up from Florida back when he's alive, you get thrown out for just being you. You get back in there, let me tell you something about something. Your dad sees you in a fight with the sheriff's department trying to arrest you. Would your dad step in?
No.
No?
No, man. He tipped those guys.
I was going to say, because I would find it funny that his dad didn't leave with him when he got kicked out in the first place.
My father would be half in the bag anyway.
Your father's been thrown out of bars, you said before, and tried to negotiate staying there, right?
Yeah.
Kimmy, if your father saw you in this situation, you are resisting arrest from 2 sheriff's deputies, would he step in?
I think he would try to. I mean, I don't think he would necessarily fight with the police officers, but he would definitely try to get me out of that situation.
So you could see him inserting himself?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
So does that make Kimmy's dad a bad person?
No, but it's not a bad. But obviously, if he doesn't get physical, but I guess to your point, it's natural instinct to protect your kid.
Okay.
Well, and you may step in initially, you're just wondering what's going on, and then it escalates from there. Like maybe your intent initially wasn't to jump in and cause a scene, but you didn't like the way they handled it or whatever, and things just got out of hand.
All right, maybe the question is this then. With this 23-year-old grown-ass baby man out in Wayne County at the Wayne County Fair getting thrown out according to police for getting in a fight, tries to get back in, gets in a fight with 2 sheriff's deputies. His dad, in his 60s, then steps in and tries to keep his son from being arrested. Both of them end up arrested. Take the cops out of it.
Right.
Should a dad or a mom be willing to step in if their adult child gets into a fight? If you are a dad, would you do it? If you were a kid, would you want your old man in there throwing fists with you? And maybe the only backup you got, son. Yeah, he's old, but he's got fury.
You shouldn't.
And he's down.
You shouldn't jump into the fight.
No?
You should try to get your kid out of there.
How do you get I love guys like you that have never been in a fight in your life, right?
I've been beat up.
No, that's not a fight.
Nobody helped me.
Getting your ass kicked is not being in
Not
a
like
fight.
a fight to me.
No, they were fighting to keep from laughing.
There was knuckles in my face.
Your dad would be showing you all the hiding places. Come on over here. Hide under this table.
Quick, between your mom's legs.
I think if you jump into a fight, you're going to, now you're in the fight.
Yeah.
With your kid.
I think that there are people that get brought into the tornado of a fight with the best intentions. Like you said, I'm going to try and get him out. But to get your child out of the fight, you have to insert yourself into the fight.
All right.
It's like saying put that fire out from across the street. It doesn't really work like that.
You're going to have one of these Lee Zeldin piles in the middle of the dance floor. Just guys in khakis on their knees.
Oh, so it's Saturday night for you.
Does it make a difference, if your kid is, let's say your kid is just has a history of always being in fights.
He's a jerk.
Maybe as a parent, you're just like, oh, here's another one. Do you think a parent in that situation would be more likely to jump in to try to get their kid out again? Or is it one of those things where there's nothing I can do here?
It's a good question.
Because I would think you're more likely to jump in if this is a rare situation that you see your kid being a part of.
I get that argument, but I also understand I know that they have a penchant for this and things could get really bad if I don't try and do something.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's the same thing that happens with addiction, right? There are parents who say, look, I'm washing my hands of this. They have to do it on their own.
Right.
And then you keep finding yourself going back to help, and it's because it's your child.
Right.
Right? You don't want to see
So I
them.
guess in the end, you're always going to try to defend your kid.
I don't know, though,
Because
man.
it's almost like it's just hardwired in, natural instinct. That's your child. Your job is to protect them.
Okay, but it is a grown-ass person who put themselves in the situation.
But you're never going to see your daughters as full-grown women. You're always going to look at them as your babies.
No,
right?
you're right. You're right.
No matter what happens.
When it comes to the question, right? If you're a child, would you want your grown-ass dad to step in? I wouldn't.
Of course not. It's got to be pretty embarrassing.
Well, as a kid, as the younger person, it makes you look soft because here comes the old man to save the day.
You can't handle life.
Yes. It also puts your parent in danger.
Yeah.
Super.
You may end up trying to protect the parent
This
instead
dude's
of vice
62
versa.
years old. He thinks
Yeah.
he's going to take on trained police officers.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not a
Even
cop.
if he's wearing a back the blue T-shirt.
You guys have to take it off. I'm not backing you right now.
All right, yeah. I'll get back to backing you later.
But even if it's not a cop, right? If something goes wrong, that 62-year-old person is more likely to get seriously hurt.
They could die.
They could die. And you'd have that on your conscience. Say
Yeah.
the word.
Conscience.
Thank you.
Yeah.
As a child, for the rest of your life, right? Like if something went terribly, terribly wrong. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to, he's the fightingest man that calls every day.
Who's that?
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Oh, good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, so my girls, I know I'm going to be in like my late 40s to early 50s by the time this stuff is potentially going to happen with my girls. But depending on the situation, I would willingly jump into a fight with my girls.
So you don't see this adult, they're both adults, you don't see the father in this situation who allegedly jumped in as doing a bad thing?
Oh, no, he's an idiot. Those were cops. That's the only time I'm not jumping in a fight with my kids.
Oh, so you don't love your kids?
No, I love my kids. Like, okay, my parents did this to my older brother because he messed up, got himself arrested, and they sent his ass to jail because he screwed up. And because of that, I learned the lesson, don't do stupid. You do stupid things, you win stupid prizes. So, it helped steer me kind of in the right direction.
Okay, I get you. So, I understand why seeing that with your own eyes would change your opinion. By the way, I agree. Don't go fight the cops.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. They played stupid games. They got stupid prizes. Like, come on, man.
All right.
But yeah, if they're in a fight, like if my girls, God forbid this ever happens, if they get ganged up on by another bunch of kids or whatever, I'm stepping in. We're going down like the Ninja Turtles, bro. But yeah, I will gladly fight with my girls.
Okay, thank you, Ben, for the call.
Against other kids.
Against other kids. As long as you're smaller and weaker than me, I will take you
Other
down.
people.
Okay.
Other people. I should rephrase that. Other people, not other kids, because that sounds messed up.
Great call, Ben.
Yeah.
Great call. Ben just punching 10-year-olds in the face all over Wake County. Like, the biggest reason you wouldn't want your mom or dad fighting with you, there's no way it ends well.
Of course not.
A couple of guys in their 20s, like this guy here, getting into a fight is super dumb, but it happens. Old guy fights end in one of two ways. Broken bones.
Ambulances.
Or a weapon comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And that would be my biggest fear in this situation is that old guy gets in over his head and he's going to end it with an outside weapon. Because how many stories have we seen of like some teenagers running their mouth and all of a sudden, oh, there's a gun. He's trying to run him down with his truck. Like, there's just like this. I don't know if it's getting older. You would know better than I would. And I don't mean that as a dick. I realize how dick that sounded. You old ass bastard.
What's it like to be old, Grandpa?
No, but I'm curious. Do you get to an age where a switch of patience flips?
Like you change your attitude on these things,
and you have no tolerance. I'm gonna go from 0 to 100 immediately.
You think it would get it would get worse?
Yes.
I think. It just depends how whether you're a type A or type B personality.
Okay.
Like my old man was a type A personality. You know what I mean?
So
your old man's a type A.
But I can't see my old man trying to hit a bunch of kids with a truck.
But he's also a police officer.
Well,
so
that would give him.
He would use a cruiser and it has a battering ram, so that would get the job done for sure. Being trained, defensive driving and everything.
No, because
he may be your guy.
We know some older guys, someone that we worked with, that we would watch just flip a switch, and they would go into this fury, and it's like, bro, I've known you for a long time. You didn't used to be like this. Is this age?
Yeah, I think somebody, you either get better or you get worse at this thing called life.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right, so in that way, can you make the argument that this man he can't even be held responsible for his own actions? It was the old man in him?
It could be.
Just kicked in.
It could be.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kimmy.
I was going to say, when all's said and done, though, and you're sitting with your kid in that jail cell, are you pissed at your kid or are you still pissed at the guys he was fighting with?
That's a really good question.
You got to be pissed
at
yourself.
some point, I would think but most dads aren't going to admit that.
Yeah.
Most dads are going to blame somebody, and it's either the kid or the cops.
If you have the self-awareness to be upset with yourself in that jail cell,
you wouldn't.
You would have had the self-awareness not to get into that
true.
fight, right? Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know. I'm going to say you're going to blame everybody but the people closest to you.
Okay.
You're mad at your kid,
Yeah.
not as mad as the other folks in the fight that caused the whole thing to happen.
They put him in a bad spot.
Yes.
All right.
Facebook message coming in again talking about this 23-year-old guy out in Wayne County was arrested, thrown out of the Wayne County Fair over the weekend after a fight. He then, according to police, tried to get back in. That led to a fight with two sheriff's deputies who were injured in said fight. This man's 62-year-old father then jumped in to try and keep his son from being arrested. Both men were arrested, charged with various different things. This comes in from Bill. Bill? Bill says, you guys are talking a lot about a fight and not the most important part of this story.
What's that?
That a 23-year-old man and his 62-year-old father together went to the Wayne County Fair. Is that weird?
And stayed late.
No, I don't know. Like
10 o'clock at night, you're still walking around a fair. It's pretty
but
much
it's
closed.
but think about like a small town thing. Like everybody that lives there, like that's the thing happening that weekend, right? Like so you may not have even gone with your dad, but your dad may be there with like his buddies. You know what I mean?
I mean, you don't live out in Oklahoma on the prairie. I mean, Wayne County is right there.
It's Palmyra.
I know, but it's not like you make it sound like they're way out in the middle of Nebraska, and that's the only thing to do.
I think
no, it is. I mean, but
I guess we could pack up the car and go to Henry.
Any town carnival or fair like that. I mean, you'll see a ton of people if you're from there and you go.
But they're shutting down at 10 o'clock at night. They're even packing up the cows.
Here's why you're wrong. So the reason Kimmy feels so passionate about this.
She was big on the county fair.
No, the Hilton
Carnival
is
that was like the place to be at the end of midsummer.
And I would assume that the Wayne County Carnival Fair, whatever, has a beer tent. So that's why you would be there at 10 o'clock at night, right? Like, look,
they run them
they
that
might
late,
have some
though.
concerts, like outdoor concerts and stuff too.
Yeah, like I mean, bro, Hilton Carnival had Blue Oyster Cult a couple of years ago, didn't they?
Yeah,
like,
I
they
think
bring
so.
in big
Well,
acts
the big
for these
one
things.
was Charlie Daniels.
Charlie Daniels was there. Yeah, God rest his.
I always stay till 10 o'clock to catch Charlie Daniels' whole set.
Well, he just plays Devil Went Down to Georgia 27 times. No, but I was in a bagpipe band with my dad when I was a kid. Now that I'm saying this, it's the exact same scenario we're dealing with here. And the bagpipe band would go from carnival to carnival, and like we would go in the beer tent and play afterwards, right? And yeah, man, it was easy to stay there till
the good
midnight.
times roll.
Yeah, just have a couple of drinks and hang out.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
There you go. There's your answer.
I didn't know they ran that late.
But I don't even know if they have a beer tent out there at the Wayne County Fair. So who knows?
Mm-hmm.
There is your fair talk for your Monday. Bro, they're making this up.
What happened?
They're just making this up.
Really?
All right, so there's three possibilities.
All right.
One, they're just lying.
All right.
But there wouldn't really be a reason to lie. Two, we're discovering things we didn't know about before because of new technology. Or three, people are way more interested in this now, which is leading to us learning things that we didn't learn when we were kids.
Exciting to learn new things.
Well, there is an exciting thing happening over Rochester tonight, and you've heard of these two things. You've never heard of these two things combined, and I think they're just making it up. We're going to do it next here in the break room on CMF. We in the break room are not astrologists. We're not meteorologists. We don't know how this stuff works. But I do know this. We've never heard of this before. And if it's such a big deal, why all of a sudden are we hearing about it for the first time?
Good question.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. It is a big night in the sky over Rochester this evening.
What are we skying?
We are getting a blue supermoon.
Oh.
Blue supermoon.
A blue supermoon is...
So it's the same moon.
Yep.
Just blue and super.
But it's blue.
Super and blue.
Super and blue. It is scheduled to make an appearance over Rochester tonight. I love how it sounds like Pearl Jam. It'll be over Rochester tonight, right?
If you can see it.
Are you guys staying up for the super blue moon?
I mean, I guess I'll take a look at it if it's out there.
Okay.
If it's
not cloudy.
If it's on my way to work, yes.
Okay. So you're not going to make an appointment for the super blue
If it's
moon.
a late night blue supermoon, 5 a.m., I'm in.
Okay. So we've heard of a blue moon before. There's a song about it and everything.
I didn't think there was an actual blue moon. I just thought it was like, it never happens. That's what they say, once in a blue moon.
Yeah. But
Like
then
it
we
didn't
found out we
exist.
did have a blue moon once, and then we're like, hey, you know what? That's like a lot of blue moons
Yeah.
for it not happening all that often.
Turns out it's not impossible. It's a thing that happens once
So
every
they should
like-
rewrite that song. Blue moon happens kind of a lot, so it's not that important. Blue moon.
So we've heard of the blue moon, and the last couple of years we've had the supermoon explained to us.
What's a super moon?
Supermoon is a bigger moon.
Big, bright moon.
Yes.
But it's the same moon. Closer?
Well, yeah, closer and
Maybe.
brighter. So super blue moons, the combination, are 14% bigger and 30% brighter than the average full moon.
30%.
Yes, that's right. So I guess with all of this information that we've never heard of a super blue moon before, right? We can come to the conclusion that they're just making up moons now.
Probably, just to get you to look.
Yeah. Right?
I guess.
But have either of you ever heard of a super blue moon before?
No.
And they're not treating this like the eclipse, like this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing that happens, so it has to happen a lot. Why are we only hearing about the super blue moon for the first time, other than, and I'm being serious when I say this, they're just making up new moons
because
now.
there have been a couple mornings, to your point, Tommy, where I've driven in and I'm like, wow, that moon, like, it looks super close.
Yeah,
it's
it's
super
slow.
bright, but then I'm
Yeah.
like, but they don't call that anything.
I always thought that was a harvest moon.
Oh, maybe it's a harvest moon?
Okay, now are we just doing all the folk songs from the 70s?
Harvest moon.
That's not how the song goes.
Happened in the morning.
Don't
Kimmy
stop
saw it. Harvest
ruining-
moon.
But
Stop
yeah, like
ruining Neil
sometimes
Young.
I'm like amazed by the moon, and then
Yeah,
I
it's
look
low.
and it wasn't, nobody like predicted it to be that way. So
Low
it's just a nothing moon.
Man, that thing's getting closer. Low moon.
Low moon.
I think I can touch it.
All right, look, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can someone explain this to us? Because I will admit, we're all naive to the sky, right? We were never big astrological, meteorological people. Because not past the moon, it also feels like there are way more space things happening these days than when we were kids. Because, like, there was just recently, like, a week of meteor showers.
Okay, there was a week of meteor showers on top of more northern lights. Like they were both happening at the same time, if I'm not mistaken.
So is this happening because of, like, changes in our climate, in our environment?
Maybe we get.
Well, I thought like the northern lights are caused by like sun flare-ups.
Oh.
And the
Northern Lights
I
gonna
don't-
get knocked out by the meteors, baby. Blue moon.
I don't know
Wait,
why
how would they
sometimes
knock
you
out
can
by the-
see meteors and
The rock
sometimes
took
you can't.
out the light.
But it's coming from the sun.
How many bulbs are in the sun, baby? I bet you a lot.
So it's possible, A, they're making it up.
Yeah.
B, we're just hearing about it more often now because of social media. C, we have
Maybe
better...
we got the technology.
Well, okay, so the technology could be better.
We got that Hubble scope.
Yeah. Compared to, like, well, no, because you don't need a scope to look up, idiot.
Well, no, like we have like that's. Didn't we put like a telescope in space, the Hubble?
Yeah,
so
but
we
it looks
see
back at us.
Is that what we did?
This
with
was stupid. Why did we do this?
Hubble scope. I think we need to turn it the other way.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
but like all of a sudden this year, you would think we had that technology. We've had that technology for a few years now, right?
it's not just this year, right? Like, we've seen, Kimmy, the last 10 years, right?
Uptick
I
in sky.
guess.
Yeah, people, like, going out to, like, Charlotte Beach and, like,
Yeah.
laying chairs out to see, like, these, celestial
We had
events.
the eclipses and all that.
Well, eclipse
But
we
that
know
is always
about.
that they
Although
can
we-
predict ahead of time,
We
like
do
way
get,
ahead
like,
of time.
We do get, like, minor league eclipses now all the time.
But that
I
was
know
never.
those were rare.
But we nobody ever cared about them before. I can't remember my parents going, "Oh, there's an eclipse
Well, but
coming.
did
We
they
gotta go."
know? Because now you know, like, down to the second when it's going to happen because of social media and stuff. Like, if they didn't catch it on the news that night, they may not have even known it was happening.
But this was on the news. This story we got from News 8. It's
Yeah.
the News
No,
8.
like, my
but I'm saying
parents-
if you...
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, if they have it now, why wouldn't they have had it
No, but
30,
I'm saying,
40,
like, if
50
they
years
missed
ago?
the news, they would have no idea it's going on.
Tommy's dad was not going to miss the news.
No, but like to your point, like my
Yeah.
mother was from Auburn, so she liked to look at the sky because she thought it would steal her soul.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tonight, above Rochester, there will be a super blue moon. It's a blue moon and a super moon slammed together. It'll be 14% bigger and 30% brighter than the average full moon. I will say this, and this is going to make me sound like your mother
Yeah.
in Auburn. The bigger the moon, the more uneasy I get. There's something about a big moon in the sky that makes me
Well, the
uncomfortable.
moon does affect the Earth, so maybe it's happening to you.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
No, it's just
Well, it
like
affects the tides.
I don't. Well, no, I know, and it affects like ladies' periods and stuff.
Right.
Right. But like, it's something about the bigger the moon, the more ominous it feels. Like the moon's like sneaking up on us. like I'll be driving to work one morning.
Sneaky blue moon, ladies watch your periods, baby. Blue moon. I think you're gonna be spotting early.
Like one of these days, I'm like worried. I'll be walking in at 3 a.m. It's it's moon.
It's right behind you.
I'm literally right here. Turn around. It's moon. Check me out. You know, it doesn't freak you out how big the moon gets sometimes.
No, I just kind of enjoy it. I just think it looks cool.
Okay.
It's like free entertainment on your way to work.
It is, but I'm also thinking, like, whenever I see the moon like that, I always think, how does this not cause more car accidents
Big
from
ass
people
moon?
staring at the moon as they're driving in?
Yeah, because I am staring at it
Yes.
and also running red lights and stop signs because it's after hours rules when I'm driving.
Red lights, because I was looking at the moon. Dan writes us on Facebook. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page talking about the super blue moon tonight. Dan says there are more sky enthusiasts today than there were back in the day. The technology to look up has become much less expensive. Telescopes and apps for your phone can tell you exactly what you're looking at, and you don't have to send away for seriously high-end technical telescopes. So people are more interested than they were a couple years ago.
Yeah, you get the alerts on your phone and you look up.
I don't know. It feels like there were way more telescopes back in the day than there are now. Like I had 3 people in my neighborhood that had telescopes when I was a kid.
Had 2 of them were pedophiles.
Wow, man, we were having so much fun.
What do you think they were looking at?
No, so my
You make up a song for that.
Trampoline in the other yard.
Mr. Coleman, he lived next.
Go ahead.
He lived next door.
Yeah.
He was a big sky guy, and like when I remember, like
Come over, kids. I got candy for you to look at the sky.
he actually would give us grape gum, but it wasn't just us. He would.
Sure was gum.
He would invite everybody over, my
right.
family, the entire family. But I only remember like 4 or 5 times as a kid on a summer night, him being like, "You guys got to come over and check this out." Shut up.
Mr. Coleman, what you got over there? Can I come into your yard? Sure, kid. Just show up in your underwear.
He doesn't know where he's
Mr.
going.
Coleman.
The only musician who starts a song not knowing how it ends.
Well, I got you into your underwear.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Let's take a break. Rochester, New York is Festival Town, USA.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people who believe that if you throw a festival for anything, it'll be jam-packed full of people.
Yeah, it's a hit.
You're wrong.
Wait, it was a flopola?
No, it's not that this festival was a flop all over the weekend. But I will say this. I've never heard of this festival. Kimmy, have you?
Is it new? Because I didn't know it existed before.
It's not, because it did say annual in the story, so they must have had it before.
Okay.
That being said, this neighborhood, which is a great neighborhood, right? A lot of great businesses. I like going down there more when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Their festival will never blow up the way that other festivals
You don't
have.
think it has the power?
Here's why. When you see this story and you look at what has gone away in the past, for a festival to work in the greater Rochester area, it needs one very specific thing that this one and others like
And this one can't have it.
It can't have it because if you do this, it's no longer the festival you've thrown in the first place. And we'll get to the bottom of this next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rochester, New York is Festival Town, USA.
Oh, yeah, we're slammed.
And it feels like Tommy will show up for anything. But a festival over the weekend, one that most folks are not familiar with, shows us there are certain things you need to have to bring people from all over the greater Rochester area.
Oh, like a little festival juice.
You got it. And there's one big reason why this festival and others like it won't ever work on a bigger scale.
Oh, it can't grow.
Yeah.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we're having our own little festival in the studio here.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, you can be a part of it.
How?
Well, you can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch.
What happened?
Watch our live stream cameras.
Watch us talk.
That's right. On YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. We are here. Tommy's got his shorts on if you're looking for a nice shot of snakes crawling under a man's skin.
They're called varicose veins.
Yeah, whatever you call
This
it.
This isn't even the bad leg. This is the bad leg.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I got some whoppers on that side.
Dear Lord.
I got some wigglers underneath there.
It looks like licorice got out of your stomach and is trying to... All of our live stream cameras and Tommy's varicose veins brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, it's a festival in your mouth and everyone's invited. So we should be gearing up for Park Ave Fest.
Yeah.
Which traditionally was the last big festival of the year in Rochester. We haven't seen it since COVID. It looks like it's gone forever.
Gone.
And as big a story, Kimmy, as that was when it first happened, it doesn't seem like people really miss it at all.
I think maybe they did initially, but I guess once you get used to not having it, you know, you kind of forget about it.
No, plus it's like $15 to park, which Tommy wasn't going to stand
No.
for. That, however, the Park Ave ending has not stopped some other places in the city to jump in and take advantage of the void.
So what cropped up?
On Saturday, people gathered for South Wedge Fest.
So it's a one-day festival?
Yes, guess where that is?
Probably close to the wedge.
South Wedge.
South?
Yes. It was in the South Wedge, yes. Yes. So have either of you ever heard of South Wedge Fest?
No.
I had no idea this was a thing until I saw the story.
I mean, it's a cute little neighborhood to do it in.
Oh, I love the South Wedge.
It's turned very hipster.
Absolutely.
You'd fit right in with that hat.
It's always been what?
It's just a regular hat. I mean, it's just got history to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you not appreciate the Negro Leagues and what they did for this country?
It just didn't say that.
Oh, no, it does. It's the first Negro League team in American history.
I don't even know what animal that is.
It's an elephant. It's Denver Elephants.
It's a what elephant?
Denver Elephants was the name of the team. No, go ahead. You were
How does
saying?
a Denver elephant become part of the baseball?
What?
I don't know.
Oh, you're talking. I
I don't know if I can say that word right.
You got awfully uncomfortable all of a sudden.
I don't use that word.
Could have just kept your mouth shut.
I don't use that word.
Oh, you're going to have that debate? Why don't you go talk to the Negro League Museum in Kansas City?
I was talking about elephants.
Anywho.
Yes.
So, Kimmy, it seems like this is not the first time for the South Wedge Fest, because in the story on 10 NBC, it says it's an annual event.
Okay.
And the story on 10 NBC describes South Wedge Fest as celebrating local art, music, food, and small business.
So it's Park Ave in a
Similar.
smaller scale?
Kind of.
Oh.
So the big event, it seems, in South Wedge Fest is the Pet Parade, where they have categories for best dressed, most energetic, and most owner lookalike. Which,
Okay, cute.
again, always makes me laugh because you don't want to win the last one.
Yes.
Hey, here's a trophy for insulting you to your face. You look like a dog.
Yes.
So there are lots of videos and pictures of South Wedge Fest, and it looks like everybody had a blast. But it was small, Tommy.
So it's almost like for the neighborhood.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neighborhood festival.
And here's the thing. It will always be small because this has something going on that will keep it from becoming a premier Rochester festival.
So what's holding it back?
South Wedge, the South Wedge, is too weird.
Weird?
It's too weird.
Folks that live down there like it that way.
Yeah.
And maybe they don't want their little festival to blow up and be a replacement for Park Ave, but the South Wedge Fest and the South Wedge area might be proof that in Festival Town, USA, there are a few things that are necessary for a festival to blow up.
All right.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, what are the premier festivals in Rochester?
First of all, like what you need? Or?
No, I'm saying, what are they?
Well, you start out with Lilac.
Bang.
Then you go Cornhill.
Bang.
Park Ave's gone. Fairport's got two.
Yeah,
I would make
true.
Fairport
They're
Canal
up there.
Days as that's the new one.
Yeah.
Like the
but they
new
got two.
premier.
But they also have the Music Fest that blew up over the years.
Okay, you can't see me when I'm doing the J.O.
But
hands.
it got
I-
bigger. I
it's
mean, to your
huge.
point, like that's, yeah.
Let me do it for the cameras. There you go.
They brought in a Jerry Garcia double cover band.
Double cover? Well, yeah, that's how big he got at the end. You needed two covers to get him.
No, but I would say Fairport probably. Yeah, and that's it.
Let's go Canal
Oh, and
Days.
Clothesline, which you guys don't like.
Jazz Fest, Cornhill,
Oh, I forgot about
Lilac,
Jazz
and you
Fest.
forgot about Fringe Fest, which is blown up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think of those as like neighborhood festivals.
You
though.
don't
Those
think
are
of
like
Fringe Fest as fest?
no, but it's not like in a neighborhood. Like it
Okay,
grew.
fair enough.
Yeah.
That's like
I know what you're saying. It's not like
it's a corporate entity. I get
Yeah,
what you're saying.
yeah.
Look, all of the festivals are unique that we just named, but they all have one thing in common. They go out of their way to make sure they're not too weird. For example, jazz, Tommy, is not the most popular music in the world.
No, so that's why you see Marshall Tucker walking around.
Exactly, right? Like, you have some of the greatest jazz musicians on the planet here in Rochester playing for a room of 30 people.
They could get arrested.
Meanwhile, Los Lonely Boys, James Brown, Smash Mouth, Al Green, Elvis Costello, Earth, Wind & Fire, Greg Allman, Sheryl Crow, Jeff Goldblum.
Hey, don't forget about Woody.
Yeah, we should. Let's forget about Woody. But those people bring folks out to the festival. And if they went with a straight jazz festival, the festival would be too weird for the average person.
All right.
Cornhill should be weird. It's a folk art festival with that stuff being sold out of tents. But again, the folks who do Cornhill, they have concerts in their front lawn. Tom Wall's food truck is next to the pizza
food
guy.
is key.
Right?
You got to have the right food.
But they pull back the strange, even though Cornhill, the idea of Cornhill Arts Festival is a strange idea.
Yeah, I'm not going to walk around eating squid on a stick.
Bingo. But you would want that.
Squid on a stick?
Yeah, you would eat squid on a stick.
Yeah.
Well,
it seems
yeah,
like it's you thing.
But you wouldn't.
Probably not.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is,
Yeah.
if you want the community to come out in droves to your festival, there is a delicate equation. It has to be weird enough where people go, ooh, I don't get this every day and I want to check this out. But it has to be normal enough that when the average person gets there, they don't feel like an outsider.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right.
Is that a fair assessment,
It
Kenny?
has to be palatable.
Yes. Yes. I have to feel comfortable, but I need to be awed at the same time.
But I guess my question then would be, how did the Park Ave Fest start out? Like, did that start off a little weird? Because, I mean, you talk about Tommy going there back in the day, and there were, like, people with, like, weird animals on their shoulders.
But
and
it was
stuff.
also like it had a lot of good food, and when I first moved here, you could drink, you could walk around with booze. It was kind of like what East End was.
Sure, yeah.
And so it was very accessible to everybody. And it was also a place everybody was familiar with.
Good call.
Like everybody kind of had been down
True.
to Park Avenue. A lot of
South
people.
Wedge is like, if you've never been,
a-
you don't know, like, you couldn't even probably point to it on, like, a little map because you don't really know where it starts and stops.
Right. And it was when I first moved here, it wasn't a nice place. People didn't go down there. It was kind of a dump.
Really?
Yeah. Like it got nice as people moved in there and put money into it,
Okay,
but nobody
here's
went
the
down
thing.
there.
Look, I know.
It was raggedy.
When I came of age, it's when like all the bars were down there and we were having
Yeah.
a good time. But here's the thing: I don't trust your diagnosis of
What
a
do you mean?
dump based on other places you think are dumps.
What do I call dump?
You call everywhere that's not Pittsburgh a dump.
I was going to say, because,
No.
like, when we were looking at houses, we were completely priced out of the South Wedge area. Like, those houses
Yeah,
were,
it got money went in.
yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's changing the way things have always been
Yeah.
in the South Wedge. But look, if South Wedge makes the necessary adjustments to bring outsiders in, like if that's what they want for their South Wedge Fest, well, then it's not Southwest anymore.
Yeah.
Or South Wedge anymore, excuse me. Right? Like,
It loses its charm.
exactly. South Wedge is weird. It's a weird place. They got great, unique businesses that you won't find anywhere else, but they're weird in a good way, but it's weird. Like one of their premier bar, or at least the one everybody knows them for, is Lux Lounge. It is the weirdest bar in Rochester. I love Lux. I drank a ton at Lux when I was a kid, but if you wouldn't walk in with my dad and be like, let's go grab a beer.
So it's like a hipster bar.
I don't even know how to describe it.
Didn't they do like weird craft cocktails
They
and stuff
welcome
like
all
that?
walks of life. You know what I mean?
And probably so. Well, no, like when I was a kid, they were famous for their Pap Schmear. It was a $1.50 Pabst Blue Ribbon and a shot of well whiskey.
Oh, all right.
It was awesome.
Wow.
But like Kimmy's right. Like when you walk into Lux, you do not know what
You
you're
never
gonna
know. Yeah, like, the crowd is never the same, I think, from day to day.
get. You'll get a table of guys dressed in completely goth outfits. Another table of guys that are just like straight up punk Mohawk dudes. 5 guys that just finished their softball game, while a woman is playing that weird instrument where you play with a bow and it's like attached to a string, and then that string is in like a seashell. You're laughing like I'm kidding. That's
All right.
exactly. I mean, describe Lux better than that.
All right.
But that's what the South Wedge is supposed to be, and that's why my mom is not going to South Wedge Fest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not mom approved.
But that's what's funny too is like all the shops out there are mom
It
approved.
is,
Like,
yeah.
It's like here's a little craft shop that like only sells yarn that's like fairly traded from other countries, and here's a ice cream place that hand makes their ice cream out of fat from a gerbil that was raised responsibly. Like it's like the weirdest
Okay.
stuff. No.
All right.
When's the last time you were in the South Wedge?
God, 20 years ago. What am I going down there for?
Like you haven't been in the South Wedge in 20 years?
Why? Why would I go down there?
But I
don't
don't think
thi- I
he's
just-
unique in that, because I like.
It was
you know,
never a
unless you live-
destination.
I live downtown, so I go, because it's not far from me. But I don't know how many people are coming into the city to go to the South Wedge.
There was
area.
nothing there
Like
for
I guess
years.
there are a few bars that
Beer parks there?
Yeah, that's true. That's one.
Swillburgers there?
So that blew up.
But
so,
that's like the Swillburg neighborhood, technically.
but that was another place that was 30 years ago was a crap hole.
It was a church. Nice.
Hey, do your church better. Is the way you treat God in the South Wedge?
All right, tell me if I'm wrong. 252 WCMF, and as a lifelong Rochesterian, I'm ashamed.
Right.
I always thought Swillburg was a smaller part of the South Wedge.
It kind of they touch each other.
Okay, I'm not trusting you.
I don't know because I know people that bought houses in Swillburg and they call it the Swillburg neighborhood. But you could be right. I don't know. I know they're close by, obviously, but I think that
might be wrong.
I think people kind of say they're two different things.
Well, okay.
I don't know.
I feel stupid.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about South Wedge Fest. It was on Saturday, and it was fun. It looked awesome, but it's never going to be anything like, not that they want to be, a big festival because we have figured out to have a festival that is wildly successful. It has to be weird enough where people are intrigued, but normal enough where they don't feel uncomfortable when they're walking around. And when I say uncomfortable, just stuff they're not used to seeing. Kimmy, you brought up Tommy talking about the guys with, like, the monkeys and the alligators at Park Ave Fest?
Yeah, the snake guy, parrot guy.
They were out of the way. Like, those were unique people. Everybody else, you looked around and you could look at somebody else and be like, yeah, look at that weird monkey, right? Where if, there might be 17 monkey owners walking around the South Wedge.
Yes.
I think the other thing that Park Ave had going for it, whether you loved it or hated it, was like that party atmosphere.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas I don't know how many people in the South Wedge are renters versus homeowners, where you may not get as big of a, it's a weekend to party and go to the festival.
But I never looked at people like, okay, Park Ave is the place you move to, whether you buy a house or rent, to go out and drink.
Yeah.
I never looked
Be
at South
social.
Wedge as that neighborhood.
Right. And that's why
quiet,
maybe a festival like never gets that big there because of, the lack of interest from the people around it, I guess.
get what you're saying. Tommy, people are now upset with you for your South Wedge take.
What did they say?
Well, Chrissy says Tommy needs to go to the South Wedge for Sushi 585.
What the hell's that?
It sounds like a sushi restaurant, dumbass. What else would it be?
I got 5 sushi restaurants.
Sushi?
On my,
Is sushi like sushi? Are you going to take sushi to have sushi?
Yes.
Oh, sushi Q. Sushi for you.
I got sushi in my own neighborhood.
Okay. What an old man take.
But I do.
Well, I'm going to drive past 5 sushi places for a place that might be better sushi.
And I'm sure they got great restaurants down there.
They do.
But I got my own restaurants.
There was a joint we just went to that was good. It sounded like a candy bar.
Crisp.
That's the one. Thank you.
That's good. Yeah,
Where is that
I've
at?
been there.
It's in the South Wedge.
Is this one of your hipster chicken joints?
Oh, my God. They had chicken, but no.
What do they serve?
Everything. It's like an American restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's every restaurant. I went to the Chinese joint. Yeah, American restaurant with Chinese people.
And he drove. No, what? Show me that. Yeah, show me the Chinese restaurant with American people, and I will avoid that restaurant.
No, but they're American people, though. They
What?
probably came to this country and made
saying?
something of
Yeah,
themselves.
no, again, he's backed himself into saying something borderline offensive that he's now trying
Not
to run away
offensive.
from.
I love the egg roll and the spring roll.
Let's take a break. Jury duty is an interesting concept.
Yeah, because nobody wants to do it.
Nobody ever wants to do it.
No.
But you should do it.
That's not true. The last time I had it, there were people very excited to be there.
Oh.
Where they have a certain age?
Yes.
Okay. The state of New York is aware you don't want to do jury duty anymore, and they are trying to pass legislation to make you want to be there.
Oh.
Here's the thing. What
They
they're doing.
entice me.
Yes. What they're doing probably isn't going to do it. But there is a number.
Okay.
There is a number where you would look forward to jury duty. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. No one wants to do jury duty.
No.
It's a massive pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm.
Totally screws up your life. It's the worst part. The worst part is it pays you almost nothing.
Yeah.
That last part, though, could be changing. And if it changed enough, there would have to be an amount where you'd actually be excited to get that letter in the mail. Right?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now. You can log on
Lagoon?
to the contest page, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see The Last Waltz. That's got Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson, and for the first time together on tour since Tom Petty's passing, Mike Campbell and Ben Tench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Wash, John Medisky, and others. Mm-hmm. We didn't have the name for the ushers, so we can't tell you them. That show's on Friday, November 15th at the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Good luck at WCMF.com. Just after 8:45.
What happens?
Like, you love to bitch about people who do this, right? Like, oh, you spend money on collectibles. When this story makes it very clear, it's entirely your generation that is doing this.
Okay.
It is entirely your generation.
All right.
We're going to tell you what the most expensive action figure ever just went for. We'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. So right now, if you are called for jury duty in New York State, you get paid $40 a day.
That's sweet 40.
By the way, that's only if you make less than $40 a day from your salary job, because if you are salaried and you make more than $40 a day, you get nothing and you like it. But New York State is looking to make a change. That $40 a day, Tommy, was set back in 1998.
All right. That's when $40 was $40.
You ain't kidding. A lot has changed. There's currently a bill in the state assembly that would raise financial compensation for daily jury duty. And if it passes, and the governor signs it, you'll get paid $72 a day.
Kind of like what $40 was when? Was it 1998?
Actually, could we check what $40 with inflation would be today? Because I bet you it's still less.
In what year?
1998.
Okay.
Also, $72 a day would still be less than $10 an hour in most
Right.
cases.
So you're,
2/3 of what minimum wage is paid by the state of New York. Does $72 a day, Tommy, get you excited to do jury duty? No, it does not. Okay. Kimmy, are you excited to do jury duty for $72 a day?
No.
No, Kimmy's out too.
And I think, do you only get paid if you don't have a job?
That's literally what. Okay, you make fun of Tommy.
Sorry,
I literally
I'm
just
sorry.
said that out loud.
She's very busy.
Right.
She was looking me right in the face.
I was.
She was looking me right in the face.
I can't. I have no excuse.
You just mutilated yourself. All right. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Here is my question.
What's that?
What amount per day would you have to get paid where you jump out of bed to be a jury duty member? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Yeah, because you don't know how long you're going to be there, so you can't really say it's this amount of time, like this many hours.
It's a big mystery.
Yeah.
Because I always freak out when I watch that OJ documentary and I realize how long those people were on that jury. I go, how are they not bankrupt? How did they hold on to, if you owned your own business?
Yeah, good question.
Right.
Who ran your business and your family?
Does that get factored in, though, when there's choosing juries for long?
I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, what is $40 worth now from 1998?
$77.
Oh, wow. Tommy nailed it.
So it's nothing.
Still $5 short.
Yes.
Okay, so being on a jury, you're right, Kimmy. It's a big mystery how long you're going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But jury duty is not a hard job.
No, but
It's
it's
a lot
just
of waiting around.
It's time consuming.
Boring, yes.
Just to even get selected, that day, the process takes forever.
Yeah.
And unless you get seated for some groundbreaking or headlining grabbing case, I mean, you're just listening to people drone on and on and on. And that's even if, like you said, you get in the room, because there are those times you get put in the back room for 8 hours and you never get called in the first place. Kimmy, how much would you have to make per day where you'd be excited to jump out of bed and go to jury duty?
Maybe $200.
$200 a day.
Yeah.
A little high, honey.
I know.
Wait, you think that's high?
I was thinking 100.
Wait, you do it for 100?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, listen, you're not going to make
you're asking
money.
what would I be excited about, so I'm giving you the number I'd be excited about.
love
100 would get the job done.
I love how you're excited. You know that would make you excited. So $15 an hour. Let's say you worked 8 hours, right? So $15 an hour times 8, an 8-hour workday tax-free, is $120. You're excited about a less than minimum wage job. You could have named any number you wanted. Yeah, no, it's not good.
How about under the table?
No, they're gonna. Do they take taxes out for jury duty stuff?
It's income.
But I thought it was under a certain. It doesn't matter.
If you got $600 or more, I think they hit you up.
All right, here's my hard negotiation. I won't take $72, but I'll take $100.
$100.
Do you think people hate jury duty because of the lack of pay, or because they hate the actual job?
All right, let me tell you something. They hate the actual having to go and do it.
Why?
And it's been like that since day one. And I don't want to hear about the black people wanted to do jury duty. I've been on this planet for 65 years. Nobody likes doing jury duty, even when they I can remember my parents bitching, guys at work.
Oh yeah, your dad sucked, and you work with a bunch of degenerates though. So
but he thought he was a fine American, America first. Blah, blah, blah. I don't have jury duty. But you guys lock them up and fry them for all I care. You know what I mean? Nobody is ever doing it.
So it ain't the pay; it's just the process of being on a jury.
And they've never changed it.
Well, why would you?
No, I mean, there's
the criminal justice system is working so well. Why would you change it?
There's got to be a better way of doing juries.
You want to change the Constitution?
No, but how we select people to sit and do it.
Give me an example.
It would almost be like if that was a professional job.
Okay, so that idea has come up. Professional jurors, people who get paid full time to sit in a courtroom and hear arguments all day long. And remember when I said you want to change the Constitution, and you were like, "No, I'm on professional
What's in
jurors."
the Constitution about doing jury duty?
Well, it's a jury of your peers.
Right. It doesn't say who.
Yes, your peers.
All right. Get a couple of peers and let's do this thing.
Okay. So the argument for professional jurors, that would be your full-time job.
Yeah, it'd be like a government job.
The argument for it is they'd always be available. They would know how the system works better than the rest of us, which would make for easier verdicts and less gridlock.
And you get a cross-section of people, so you can't say, well, you're all on one side or the other side.
Okay, how do you know?
You interview them. It's like a job interview.
Okay. So you're going to interview them based on their opinions and expect them to be completely open and honest when they want to get a job?
You can go through their Facebook. You can go through all their social media.
Okay.
I mean, you would have to be open to exposing yourself if you want this gig.
Okay.
And by the way, you get great benefits.
I love how the job that doesn't exist, you're now getting great benefits.
Well, if it's a government job, it would have great benefits.
You realize it would cost more money to do that than what they're doing now, right?
Yeah, but at least you would get it done.
Dude,
I mean, I right now, the amount of tracking down and having to get people in and the mailers they send out.
Sure.
And people's excuses.
I mean, it seems like, though, they kind of have that down to a science, right? Every time you go, it's the same. It's something they do every day.
It is one of the most efficient things the government does. In, out, bing, bang, boom. Here's your problem with professional jurors, stupid.
Right.
Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about how the state of New York is looking to raise what you'll get for jury duty, $40 a day to $72 a day. Still sucks. You wouldn't be suspicious of people who would want that job.
No. I mean, they're interested in the criminal system, and they watched enough Law and Order, they kind of got it.
That doesn't seem like a problem.
And I'll tell you something else. When you go there now, so I just did it last year, right?
Yeah.
So when you sit there, they get you all in that room, and the first thing they do is anybody that can't, they'll tell you how long how long they think it's going to be.
Sure.
Who can't do it.
Yeah.
You have to walk up to the judge.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And then you have to explain it with the two attorneys.
Yeah.
It took all morning just to get. You would eliminate all that. You could get to an actual jury. The process would be streamlined, and you would at 8:00 in the morning, you could start court instead of spending all morning trying to get to court.
So,
thank you. That's my stand.
Okay, yeah. So again, if we're talking about professional jurors, and don't go anywhere, I want to talk to you guys.
Yeah.
On hold. You said nobody wants to do jury duty. Kimmy,
you
said that you have seen people that want to do jury duty. Could you describe those people, please?
They were women. I would say over the age of 60.
Okay.
And they had been on multiple juries before in their lives.
If you had to venture a guess, and we're just guessing, why do you think those women wanted to be on those juries?
Just wanted to know what was going on.
Maybe they're looking for a dangerous
I
husband.
think it was one of those things where they found it interesting. I think they were intrigued by, kind of getting information that nobody else had.
And they like judging.
Okay, so that's just it. No, that first part I understand.
Yeah.
The second part, like what your dad said, fry them all for all I care. There are people that want to get on those juries just to sit and go guilty.
Right, but my system would weed all that out.
Impossible.
No, we'd have a mix of those.
No, you can't have those.
And we'd have a mix of nice people.
Okay. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Stacy. Hey, Stace, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Stacy, what do you got?
So the employer has to pay the first 3 days, and then after that, the court system pays you.
Okay, wait. So if I have 4 days worth of jury duty, I would pick up the money that I'm getting, what I normally get paid, and then I would only make $40 a day after that, and my job doesn't have to pay me anymore?
No, they don't have to pay you your regular salary. They just pay you the $40 per day.
Wait, how does that? That's not fair.
I know. And the price hasn't gone, or the
Wait, say that again?
amount hasn't gone up in years.
Yeah, 98 is the last time they adjusted it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Stacy,
So,
that being
for
said,
example, one of my employees was supposed to be on jury duty. She had to call every day last week, and they kept turning her down, but she would have had to use her vacation time to get her full 8 hours pay.
all right, Stacy, that being said, do you enjoy jury duty or do you dread jury duty?
I actually experienced it last summer, and I was really surprised. My ex-husband is a cop, and I knew the DA, and I knew one of the witnesses for the defense, and they still picked me.
She committed the crime. They still picked her. Yeah, it was insane.
You ain't kidding.
Dear Lord, were you, what, were they sitting on your lap when they... How do you still get picked?
I don't know. I have no idea why I still got picked, but you can't just walk in and say, I don't want to be here. I don't like cops. Everybody's guilty. They don't want to offer that stuff anymore.
All right. I mean, Stacey, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
It is funny, all those things they tell you can say to get you out of it, and I've never heard of that actually working for anybody.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, there are some things where even if it was going to get me out of it,
You wouldn't say it out loud.
no one's saying that in open
but I'm
court.
even saying more like they're like, oh, if you do that for a living, if that's your job, they'll automatically eliminate you, and that was not the case at all.
Well, like it used to be that just having these jobs automatically got us out, right? Because we deal with news every day. We have people that are reaching out to us all the time. Sandy, who works down the hall, was sat on a jury.
Really?
And she talked about it vaguely, not talking about the case on the air. This was a couple of years ago. And the judge brought her in, admonished her, but didn't throw her off the jury.
So she stayed on.
She was on the jury.
So I knew back in the day, comics, because we were all on the road, would get these summons, and they just blew them off.
Which
and
is
I
weird
don't know if they got
because
arrested.
Which is weird because you never made $40 a show in your life.
So I don't know if those guys got arrested when they went home or if they got like a speeding ticket and it was flagged at you. Because what happens if you just ignore it?
Kimmy, will you Google what happens when you ignore jury duty in New York State?
I'm assuming you're in trouble if you get something else happens to you.
Wow, thanks a lot.
No, because we're out of town.
Are you a lawyer? I'm assuming you get in trouble and something else happens
You know what I
to
mean?
you.
You get a ticket and that shows up.
I don't know. Well, a bench warrant was what you're talking about.
But I don't think they're sending the cops to your house to drag you out of the house for jury duty.
You mean a bench warrant? Where they're not going to send the cops to your house, but if you get pulled over?
I thought a bench warrant is that they don't come to your house.
That's what
Wait. Well, what are you saying?
Never mind.
Ignoring jury duty can result in civil or criminal penalties.
So a fine
if you don't respond to a summons or show up for jury duty, it seems like you'll keep receiving one for a different date, and if you continue to ignore it, you may face a fine of $250, contempt of court.
Oh,
they can be
you may also be required to perform community service. There's like a long list of things that could happen.
So no jail.
You know what's funny?
What?
Like, she says the $250 fine. If she would have stopped there, I might trade that.
All right.
I'll give you $250 and not have to
Or just buy yourself take a buyout.
Yeah.
All right.
Which would be totally not fair. But I don't want to go. It's where the community service shows up where it's like now it's the same amount of time I'm investing in that as
so you
opposed
might as
to
well
like the
go.
jury duties.
And you're outside. You may get run over.
You're outside. At least I got the sun on my shoulders with my big old orange garbage bag. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al says, Duffy, once again, you've crapped on Tommy's brilliant take. Full-time juror is a brilliant idea.
See, it's catching.
All you would have to do is throw out jurors that were showing obvious bias. How do you do that?
You test. You test people. They do it in the NFL all the time. Don't they give you a test to see if you're crazy?
What are you talking about?
What's that test they give all the NFL players?
The concussion test?
No, it's
the
like
Wonderlic test. That's to measure how smart you are, not if you're crazy.
Well, it would probably show you if you're crazy with your Wonderlic. You got the aptitude.
Okay, we were asking what happens if you ignore jury duty. Mm-hmm. Pete's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Good. I actually got, how they send you out the jury questionnaires before you actually get the jury summons?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was getting those for probably the past couple of years. Sent to my mom's house where I hadn't lived in over 12 years. Now the funniest part was I actually got called within those 12 years that I wasn't living there. So I got like a letter saying it was going to be like $1,000 fine, and I could go to jail if I didn't send it in.
So you can go to
And
jail.
that was just a questionnaire.
Yeah, so it was just a questionnaire. So I had to call in, and then I had to like show them like I haven't lived at that house in 12 years, that I currently own my house, and then they finally found out that I was already called in within those 12 years, and it was just a whole process which just never made any sense.
Hey, okay, so don't do what Tommy said. Just ignore it.
No, don't ignore it.
All right, Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Well, there's one brilliant idea
Right.
gone, but I'm sure your second brilliant idea would absolutely work. All right, look, you get really mad about stuff like this?
Me?
Yeah. And like you have an image in your head of who these people are, but it's the wrong image because this story proves that all of these people spending all of this money on these collectibles that you think are stupid
Yes.
are you. They're your age. It's your generation. And Kimmy, we should have come up with this before because one, it's always people his age that would be most interested in this stuff. And it's not like anybody younger has this kind of money to throw around.
True.
But at my age, what are you collecting?
I'm going to tell you what the most expensive action figure ever
These are toys, basically.
went for over the weekend. No, it is a toy. It is
Based on some jackass movie?
It's that's you nailed it. Did you see the story?
No.
Ho, ho, ho. Buckle up, buddy. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, you can't bitch about this anymore.
Why?
Because it's you and people like you that are spending this money for this kind of stuff. And
Okay.
Kimmy, we should have realized this years ago. Because no one our age has this kind of extra coin to spend frivolously the way these people are.
All right. What are they buying?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. Something Tommy and I discovered by accident in a commercial break. Grown-ass women doing this little girl thing. And we go, that's dumb. And Kimmy walks in, hears us talking about it, and she goes, oh, there's a business for this. There are people making money throwing these for grown-ass women.
Yeah.
We'll get into it. Tell you what it is. Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. All right, Tommy.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, a world record was set for the most expensive action figure ever sold at auction.
Wow.
So I'm going to give you a background on this thing, and if you are a nerd, you'll be familiar with this story. Boba Fett, you know Boba Fett?
Boba Fett?
Boba Fett.
No, I don't know what that
This
is.
guy with the helmet.
I don't know what you're talking
Star
about.
Wars.
I know Star Wars.
Okay, he's a Star Wars action figure.
All right.
Back in 1979, Kenner made a Boba Fett rocket-firing prototype action figure.
Okay.
The problem was,
Right.
as soon as they made it, the thing like fired a little rocket out of there. They were worried that kids would be hurt or choke on the projectile.
lost an eye.
So, despite the fact that a handful of these were made, and when I say handful, I mean very few.
So limited edition.
They were never sold. They never were supposed to make it out of the factory. Problem was, so I have it right here. 100 of these were ever produced, period. Even fewer are believed to exist today. But a bunch of people that worked at Mattel and Kenner stuck them in their pockets and walked out the door with them.
My God.
Now, they didn't know what they'd be worth.
Okay.
But you know what Star Wars toys go for now. So I will ask you this question. It was auctioned off over the weekend. It has set a world record for most expensive action figure ever sold. How much did the Boba Fett prototype action figure sell for this weekend?
Well, I'm guessing with all these jerks with the money, right?
All these jerks with the money, yeah.
And it's limited edition?
Sure.
I'm going to say 2,500.
2,500.
For a little toy? Plastic?
Kim, you want to take a shot?
It's got to be six figures.
Six? What? No, it's no way.
150,000.
$150,000.
It's a toy.
Okay. Are those our guesses?
I mean, this is like one of the biggest fan bases, and then you add collectors on top of that. Yeah, it's got to be up there.
The Boba Fett action figure, the best condition anyone's ever seen one in, sold for $1.34 million.
Oh, my God. You can buy 10 Ferraris.
Bro, it's
used.
It's like 5 inches tall. It's like 5 inches tall.
They spent $1 million on this piece.
$1.34 million.
You never get your money back
at auction. Well, you say that. It's funny because you always say this. You never get your money back. This one that they have was sold a couple of years ago for $525,000.
Yeah.
So whoever had that,
all right, so that's it.
More than doubled their money.
But that's it.
In that period of time, having this Boba Fett action figure. And here, now allow me to stand back and let you do the thing you always do with these stories, where you crap on the person who bought this Boba Fett.
Well, because you're wasting your money.
Wasting your money. These people are stupid. Bunch of hipsters, ass bitches.
So let's say you're my age, because you think it's a guy my age.
Oh, I'm positive it's a guy your age.
All right, so a 65-year-old man just sank my kid's inheritance into this little toy.
Okay.
I'm not even going to be around for the payoff. If the average lifespan is 76,
okay,
and I croak, the kids will get it. What did you get out of it?
Maybe they didn't want it for the money. Maybe they wanted it to own
to
the
just
action
look
figure.
at it.
Well, they probably have a collection of Star Wars
I would
action
imagine
figures.
this isn't your only.
I can't imagine
item.
paying $1 million just to look at something.
Oh, $1.34 million.
Right. Well, unless it's a boat or something wicked ass cool, like a Ferrari.
Okay.
What would you do with it?
No, I mean, this would go on display with the rest of your Star Wars collection, I would assume. I mean, this person has to be a pretty hardcore collector. I don't think you have one Boba Fett action figure.
But you're also a successful person.
Yeah.
To have that kind of coin.
Yes.
To piss away on something so stupid.
Yes, absolutely.
It doesn't add up to me.
Okay. Well, then why don't you go yell at all of the guys that you grew up with? Because these are apps. First of all, when did Star Wars action figures come out? 79. So how old were you?
So I was out of high school, so I was 20.
Okay, so this wasn't really your thing, but it's not guys too far off.
No, Star Wars was huge when I was a kid. It came out in
But he's
it
talking
came out
about,
it came out when I right out of high school.
When did the action figures come out?
I would assume shortly after that.
Okay. Oh, this is from The Empire Strikes Back, the second movie. That's why.
All right.
What I'm saying is, like, these toys were directed at you, guys your age, right?
Yeah.
Nobody, Kimmy, of Gen X, well, maybe Gen Xers, but like millennials and lower don't have this kind of money to spend on an action figure.
I wouldn't think so.
You yell into the void about these stupid young. You have an image in your head of some young hipster. It's always guys like you. When they buy Babe Ruth's autographed baseball, it's a guy like you. When they buy Pete Rose pubes, it's a guy like you. Boba Fett action figure, guy like you.
Wait, they sell PD pubes?
Yeah. You haven't seen him? Then he'll sign him. I'm sorry, I bet on my pubes.
Because do you think part of it has to be, like, I had that toy as a kid? You know what I mean? Like, a part of it could be a memory thing for that person.
Yeah, I think that's...
It'd be like me buying G.I. Joes and Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
So I think there's a double aspect of it. I'm getting back what I had, and it brings me joy. And it's also the fact that I have it and you don't. Right? Like, this is, I mean, it's the rarest toy available.
Okay. And you own it.
It would kill you, though. I don't know how collectors of those things, if they really, really love Star Wars, they really, really love that toy for whatever reason, like how they can keep it in the like you wouldn't want to like hold it or touch it.
So this one doesn't come in a package because they were never packaged?
Well, right, but I mean like some of the other ones that people will buy where it's worth more if it's in the package, you keep it in the package because you don't want anything to happen to it. Like I don't know how they have that self-control.
I got a bunch of stuff still in the package at home. Starting lineup action figures.
Yeah, because what are you gonna do?
But doesn't it bug you? Like there hasn't been one where you weren't dying to open it up.
I do kind of want to play with it, but my dad instilled in me that I should keep it in the package because it made it better collectible.
I will say this: it would be hard if I collected it and I have a grandkid that wants to play with it,
right?
Because they don't understand.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so my grandmother died when I was like 5, 6 years old.
Yeah,
my father's mother.
Yeah.
And we were going through the house cleaning stuff out, whatever, and I found this batting helmet, a Yankees batting helmet.
Oh, sweet.
That was still in like the plastic bag.
Thank you, dead granny.
Awesome. So I rip it open and I put it down and I run downstairs to show my dad what I found, and he flipped out because apparently he got that Yankees batting helmet in like 1978 and he tripped to Yankee
That's
Stadium.
That's a Thurman Munson hat.
It could be. Well, maybe.
No, it would have been around that time.
No, you're right. And he had been keeping it in the package in this room, and I opened it and ruined it. And like, bro, I'm like 6. I don't know, but he was.
I know. That has to happen a lot, though, with dads and sons and sporting stuff that kids just don't know about.
Yeah, I would imagine. So, like, Kimmy, you bring up a good point as we talk about this Boba Fett action figure, a prototype. It sold for the astronomical price of $1.34 million over the weekend. It's the most expensive toy ever sold. You know, you brought up the idea of getting back what you had as a kid. Star Wars toys, big for guys like you. Vinyl has been big for guys like you. Some sports memorabilia. Kimmy, what is our generation eventually going to spend a fortune to get back? Because we had toys that were designed to break in
it's
like a month.
It's got to be old video games.
Okay, that's a good one. It's already starting to happen.
I know that like people are kicking themselves right now because of the game consoles and games that they've given up that turned out to be, you know, they sold it at a garage sale for like $10 and now it's worth like thousands.
That's a really good one. But outside of that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That would have to be it. It had to be electronics.
Because, like, well, like outside of that, even there are some electronics that were big for us when we were kids. Like, Kimmy, you remember Tamagotchis?
Yep.
You remember those?
But they kind of brought
I remember those
back.
toys that you had to keep alive.
Yep, digital pets. Yeah. Like Furbies, Beanie Babies. Like, those were the hot things. Tickle Me Elmos.
But it's turning out like Beanie Babies aren't worth that much.
That's what I mean. I don't want them back.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, they came over here on a barge. Like, there's like a billion of them. I will say, if you had, I would think if you had like the first of like the games, like let's say you still had a vintage Atari.
Okay. Yeah,
what would that be?
I don't know.
$1 million then?
No. Like it would have to be like a special one. Like they sold a ton of them.
Right, but let's say that are left. If you had one of the first ones and you kept it, you never opened it.
Oh, in a box? That's a good question. I don't know.
It had to be worth a fortune.
They still find this stuff in like old stores that were abandoned.
Yeah, okay. Gotta be big. They have to work, I guess.
Yeah, well, but
everything might be all corroded.
If you open the box, you'll never know if it works. So you sell the box closed.
I mean, unless I'm looking at the wrong thing, it doesn't seem like the original Atari goes for as much as you think it would. Like this one's like $400.
Okay,
which is a lot, but
that's not a big payout.
This is in a box. It may have been used
60 years ago.
Yeah,
I remember they said you shouldn't play it because it scratches the screen from the inside.
Was that a real thing?
That's what they told people.
But
it's not good for your TV. It scratches the screen.
I love how guys who dads say, "I don't want to play video games and scratching my screen."
There's little demons in that box.
Okay, so this one's like 1,300.
So
I don't know
no.
what the difference is.
There's no $1 million payoff.
There could be if it's still in the box somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is this. You can never again look at Kimmy and I and be like, oh, what are you spending money on? Because I don't want this Boba Fett, and Kimmy don't want this Boba Fett, and it's someone your age. Dumbass.
All right.
But I guess reliving your youth, you can do it through buying toys you once had.
Sure.
You can do it through exactly what we're going to talk about, because I'm with you on this. This is strange.
Oh.
And it was something we weren't familiar with. And it's something that's apparently common because Kimmy looked at us with a straight face and like, what are you guys talking about? There's a business that exists just for this,
Yes.
to throw these for grown-ass women. Grown-ass women.
At least it was really popular pre-COVID, and I don't know if it kind of, I haven't seen it recently, but I know it did at one point exist.
And you don't find this strange?
I mean, I wouldn't do it. But I
Well,
get
you'd have
that.
to be invited too.
But I get that there's a business there.
We'll tell you what we're talking about. And I mean, Tommy, if there's a business, that means there are men listening whose wives do
Yeah,
this.
they had to have.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, we're aware that understanding women, not one of our strong points.
Good luck.
But even we, who we can admit are out of the loop, we're having a hard time wrapping our heads around this.
Yes.
Because this being a thing women wanting to do is strange. But when Kimmy informed us that grown-ass women are paying a business for the privilege of doing this, which we were all supposed to grow out of in our teens, means either we don't understand something, Tommy, or you ladies have officially lost your mind.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got your chance at your share of $100,000.
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app. Log in. Listen to CMF on the app 1 hour each weekday. Get your daily entry for your chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF just after 9:25, 9:30.
What's going on?
There are ways to get out of debt. You pick up a side hustle.
Oh, yeah.
Work a straight-up part-time job. Or you could do what these grown-ass people are doing, according to the Washington Post, which has folks furious.
But it's legal?
Well, that's the gray area.
All right.
Because they're not selling drugs or anything. They're selling something that everybody wants. It's completely legal.
Well, then let's do it.
But they don't have the permits. And they're also taking stuff away from the youngins. We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So last week, we're sitting here on the show in a commercial break, and we noticed, Tommy, two different women in their 30s and 40s had put up pictures on social media of slumber parties they threw.
Grown-ass women. Yeah.
Grown-ass slumber parties, right? So one of these women was married. One of them had kids, but somehow they had gotten away from the family with their other grown-ass women friends.
They're gal pals.
Tommy, they're in their pajamas. They're drinking wine. They're watching movies. They had some weird-ass masks on their face in some of their pictures.
But the room's set up like a slumber party.
Yes. Yes.
It's not set up like it's like cocktail hour.
No. They were
There's like pillows on the floor and sheets and
So we're doing what we do, right? Tommy and I, we're making fun of all of this, right? And we're laughing about it, talking about how weird it is. And Kimmy walks in the room while we're having this discussion, and you informed us of something even more insane.
There is an industry dedicated to this.
That like caters this.
Yeah.
When you say industry.
I don't know, like people that do it. I don't as a small business.
But like they'll come to your house and set up a slumber party?
So
stage it for you.
Stage it.
Yes.
Like the Stones are in town?
Yeah, pretty much.
So the girl I know that does this, I don't know if she still does it, but I know she did do it.
She owned the business.
It was her business, and she initially started it, I think, to set up for like kids parties.
Okay.
So she would come to your house and set up for like a little girl sleepover / birthday party where they'd have everything themed, balloons. They'd have all the pillows set up, like come in your pajamas, all that stuff. Then I noticed she started posting pictures of the same thing, but for adults.
Same, and it looked the same,
and
right?
whether it's like a
bar?
bachelorette thing or a birthday party, it was like an adult sleepover setup.
Okay.
Where it's like they set up the whole table on the floor, decorations, you got. It's almost like a tent setup in a way. But yeah, like the same kind of vibes you would have at a sleepover when you were, 13.
That's weird, right?
It's super weird.
Okay.
I don't know if like these adults are actually having a sleepover, but they're going there for like girls' night, taking pictures in pajamas and drinking wine.
But you could just do that. You could just get together and drink wine in your pajamas. But the fact that you're on the floor like you're little girls and you're going to talk about boys that make fudge. I mean, do you have
that all sounds awesome.
You also have your 80-year-old father coming downstairs and came back down.
I saw some boys in the backyard.
Yes.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the draw of the grown-up slumber party, and is this just a woman thing? Because I've never seen...
There's no male equivalent.
I've never seen a boys' slumber party.
There was no little boy slumber party.
Let's say there was a business that came to your house and set up laser tag in your backyard. You wouldn't invite a bunch of buddies over to come play in my laser tag yard?
Well, no, that's different.
I mean, but I'm just thinking like equivalent,
awesome.
like somebody coming to your house to set up for something that should be for kids, but you would also enjoy as an adult.
No. I think you're missing the issue here.
I don't know. You said that sounded awesome.
Okay. No, it does sound, because it is awesome. I mean, that actually exists. You can go to Lasertron and go play.
Yeah, but what if they came to your house?
Okay, fine. No, I still want to go to Lasertron because they got it's dark inside and you can hide behind things. What I'm getting at is this.
What's that?
Right? It's so much more intimate an adult sleepover than like going to batting cages with your buddies, which would still be a little strange. Like if I just called up my buddy at 38 and was like, "Hey, you want to go to batting cages?"
But the fact you're gonna all sit on the floor.
You can't get over the floor.
I know.
But
I
the
sit
whole
on the
thing
floor
is
at my
like-
friend's house.
You're in your pajamas.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's that weird.
All right, let me ask you this question. Would you consider, Tommy, guys that go to a hunting camp as having a grown-ass slumber party? Is that the same thing?
He wants to say yes, but he doesn't want to piss anybody off.
No, I don't know because like you're hunting.
Yeah, but you're staying in a cabin together, right? Going
Someone was sleeping on the floor, what I hear.
or
All right, so
cabin.
if you go fishing with your buddies,
Well, no,
is
but
that
going
the male? Let's say you go on overnight
fishing?
Yeah, they have these fishing camps, hunting camps.
Okay.
So that's the male slumber party.
I'm asking, is that the same thing? Because, look, your argument that you're there to do something and sleeping is only a result of doing that is valid. Because, like, here in this
and it's a
slumber
common
party,
interest. Like you guys like to hunt, you like to fish.
you're not there to sleep, you're there to hunt and fish.
Right. These girls just get together from all walks of life and just want to cuddle up and drink.
What about a boys' trip to a different city? Like my brother and
Guys' trip.
my brother and my brother-in-law, we went up to Toronto for my brother-in-law's bachelor party.
That's probably closer to it.
That's a boys' sleepover?
Kinda. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. A little weird. What?
Are you just jealous you didn't get invited?
It's a guycation.
A guycation?
It is. There's no women. So I would say yes. That would be the equivalent of the weirdo slumber party. Weirdo Canadian drink beer trip.
I love how he's trying to play it off like, yeah, man, it's no women. All you want to do is travel by yourself. All you want to do, like, all I want to do.
But by himself, he doesn't want to go with buddies.
But no, I'm saying, like, yeah,
I've never taken a guy's trip.
That's not
Wait,
surprising.
You've never taken a guy's
He's
trip?
never been
No.
invited on a guy's trip.
How is that possible in your 60s?
Ever?
No.
You've never.
Well, no. I mean, you used to go places with the old show, though. I mean,
That's
that
not a
was
guy, but that was like a.
true. Well, kinda.
That was like
some
work-
people may be working. It wasn't him.
I don't call working debauchery and getting sued twice a guy's trip.
So you've never gone on a destination bachelor party? You've never had buddies like, hey, let's go here for the weekend? How is that
I
possible?
wouldn't want
know.
to do it. I wouldn't. I don't want to go with some guy in a hotel room and hang out.
Really?
But
Is that a
what-
new thing for you? That's not how I remember it.
Like you got. I find it weird when I see like guys like sitting to dinner together like at a restaurant.
Wait, what? I can't even have a meal with my buddies?
No, that's weird.
Why is that weird?
Where's your
That's
wife?
weird.
What?
Where's your wife and
I
children?
want to get away from my wife and kids for a
Well,
night.
then just go eat alone. Go
That's
to the basement.
weird. In the basement.
Eat in your car in the parking lot, waiting for the hooker to call you back.
Like a real man.
No, I've never like traveling like that.
Okay, that is.
But yeah, definitely, we did it for a living with comedy, man. It was so horrible.
Well, you know what else it is too? You don't really have any like hobbies that you enjoy as a group because it wouldn't be what.
Or friends, but go ahead.
I am hobby.
But I mean, it would be weird to see like a bunch of guys who just got done golfing and go out to eat together or something. You know what I mean? Like
That's
they
all right.
share a hobby, so that's kind of how they end up.
Yeah,
No,
but you're at
but-
the country club or something like that. But like to go to like you guys went away.
He's so effing Pittsburgh. Or go to the country club, like everybody does.
Yeah,
You know,
but
it's
like you
fun.
had to spend it or you lose it.
What you were saying, I'm sorry.
But like you guys went away,
Yeah.
bachelor party style.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's only 3 of you.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, we're old men.
I know. Yeah,
Still sleepover.
that's a sleepover.
252 WCMF 252-9263. After Tommy and I saw 2 women we know on social media posting pictures of their grown-ass women sleepover, just them and their friends. Tommy could not get over the fact that they were on the floor. Their stuff is on the floor.
I know,
They're
it's
laying
so
on the
weird.
floor.
Well, no, but they put like a sheet down. There was like a tent thing.
Yeah.
They had like pillows and like
It's like a whole setup. It's almost like a
Candies.
dinner setup.
Yeah.
With in your pajamas.
And it was on the floor. Kimmy informed us that a friend of hers had a business where she would come set up these slumber parties for grown-ass women, like decorate the whole thing. And you said she did really well with it.
I think so. I mean, this was like a friend of a friend, so I only saw it through social media.
Okay.
But it seemed like she was getting business because she was posting about her different setups all the time.
Okay, so like I guess I understand why like reliving your childhood, this would be fun for women or guys or whatever, but there's a couple of reasons why grown-ass slumber party doesn't work.
Okay.
All right, one, you can't sleep at the slumber party the way that you normally sleep at home.
No more floor sleeping.
Everybody has their weird things. They need to sleep now. Weighted blanket, noise machine, melatonin, CPAP machine, shoulder, body pillow. And like you said, Kimmy,
Yeah.
when you were a teenager, you could lay on a blanket on a concrete floor in a basement, wake up and run a marathon. If you have 5 people sleeping over, 4 of them are waking up in agonizing pain.
oh yeah.
Which brings us to the second potential issue, Tommy.
What's that?
If you're not sleeping on the floor, you have to share a bed.
Okay.
Can someone explain why women are so comfortable as grown-ass people sharing a bed? It's so gross.
Really?
Why? And I don't even mean it in a sexual way.
Why does that gross you out?
I don't want to share a bed with anybody that's not my wife. Extreme circumstances, my children.
No, I never thought about it. That is weird.
When's the last time you shared a bed with a woman?
I probably have for like a bachelorette party.
Like at a hotel?
Yeah, that was probably the last time.
Okay.
But I didn't find it weird at all.
You cool with sleeping in a bed with another dude?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't do it.
Like you didn't even do it like as a kid?
Oh, as a kid I had to.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, summer camp and crap like that, but like...
No, I'd
Could you
rather
imagine sleeping with my brother right now? Could you imagine sleeping next to my brother?
I would...
No, I could not sleep with another man.
I would much rather share a bed than have to like stay on a couch
No,
or
I'll sleep on
something.
the
Oh,
couch.
I'll take the floor.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll take
You
the basement.
take the floor with your back?
I'll sleep.
I'll take outside. I'll sleep in a lounge chair out on a patio.
All right, look, it's going to happen only if it's absolutely necessary. 1, you're going to drop ass while you're asleep. Fair? Human function. Okay. 2, you're going to drool, you're going to stretch out, and you're going to snore. And you're going to be breathing your hot-ass sleep breath all over the person you're sharing a
How
bed
about when
with.
you touch? Accidental touching.
What if
God.
you like it? What if you like the accidental touch?
Sweaty, hairy leg rubbing up against your butt cheek.
Kimmy, you don't mind your hot-ass sleep breath getting
I just described
breathed all over this
No,
woman you're sharing a bed with?
like my friends are way better sleepers than my husband.
No, but here's okay. Whether or not your husband is
Like
gross,
every time he tosses and turns, I wake up.
fine, I get it. Your husband is gross, but I'm saying, like, look, as clean as everybody is, you're gonna have overnight breath, and you're just.
I don't know. I've never run into that problem.
Yeah.
It's much nicer and peaceful sleeping with another woman.
You would rather sleep with another woman than your husband.
I may. They don't snore, most of them. And they love sound machines. We're all about that.
And they're not as gassy, I guess.
No.
No, bro, that's
Oh,
that's
God. My
lame.
husband lets one rip and it lingers for like 24 hours.
That's a lame lie, because women are gassy. There's a certain thing in their bodies that when we're asleep, they know they can let it
But
loose.
I think their asses process gas differently than ours.
Oh,
Yeah.
please go on.
Well, have you ever smelled lady ass? I mean, the last time you smelled a chick really drop ass.
Yeah, I have. Yes.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Where's it go?
Well, we did say that none of us have heard our mom fart ever.
Right. I've never smelled my mom or my sister drop ass in the house.
Well, yeah, because you didn't subscribe to that OnlyFans they had.
But think about it. You've never smelled it.
No,
Where does
I
it go?
guess-
I don't think. I think.
Where does it go?
I think their bodies process things differently.
Okay.
They don't eat as heavy or harshly as we do.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't think of I don't have like a friend that has like a distinct fart smell.
A
Like,
girlfriend?
that I'd be like, oh my God, that was awful.
That is
You
so
don't
Tina.
have that, you said.
I can't. I can't think of one.
Okay.
Betty the Ass Blaster. I don't think they exist.
Well, yeah, I'd also be upset that the best nickname you could come up with was Betty the
Well, she's
Ass
old.
Blaster.
She's old, but she tried.
252 WCMF. We're talking about grown-ass women slumber parties. Kimmy is trying to educate all of us on 1, why they exist. 2, how they're not weird. They're super-ass weird. Kimmy, the headline we'll read in the DNC tomorrow, unpopular radio personality admits she wants to sleep more with women than her husband.
I bet you that's most women.
Yeah.
I mean, just straight up sleeping, they would take another woman.
If you see Kimmy's husband today, make sure you pull him aside and out of context say the quote, I'd rather sleep with another woman than my husband. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Happy rainy Monday. So I love this idea, man. I want to go to one. I mean, imagine that you get the charcuterie board, a nice box of wine, a lot of potpourri everywhere, the plug-in air fresheners. I mean, what could be better than this except maybe doing the guys' version in Kimmy's husband's bar room with, nachos and a bucket of wings?
And he's got no shirt on. Can I point out real quick?
What's
That in Rammer's classiest fantasy, there's a plug-in air freshener.
Anybody got an air wick?
Hey, it's a smart thing to include.
I'm just thinking that if I'm going to be there with all these girls doing this slumber party, that I might let one loose, and they're going to need that air freshener because, I like the spicy foods.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that party's going to be canceled. You show up with a box of dildos and an air wick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't see anything wrong with it. The only problem I would have is if they're like middle-aged women running around in their, little teddy bears with, throwback to the 80s, right? With, feather pillow fighting going on and feathers flying everywhere. And, kind of sounds like a movie to me, but, that's me.
Yeah, that went porno pretty quick.
Like you managed to touch on every old man thing, right?
He's Blutarsky on the ladder.
Hey, Duffy, you know what? We're old. Okay, get over it. We're going to talk about old man
shit.
Hey,
you do. Whoa. Rammer. They talk
so
like that in
unlike you,
Portuguese?
Rammer.
old man. I said ship.
Oh,
cool. With a P.
Gotcha. Thank you, Rammer.
Ship.
Thank you. Yes.
See ya.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah, you get him in the teddy outfit, then and get a pillow fight going. Or maybe a little foxy boxing.
Can we talk about what the hell just happened back there a second ago?
Well, he invited
Let's
himself
just
to the
move on.
slumber party.
Which was the
I
previous part?
I
Yes.
thought he was talking about a slumber party for dudes. I didn't
Agreed.
realize
We
he
all
was
did at
inserting
first.
himself
Yes.
into.
He
don't-
showed up as the only guy
Now
at
I
a
get
slumber
why you
party.
need the air freshener.
Yes.
But why would he be invited
Why wouldn't you invite Rammer?
to the?
All the women want Rammer.
Is there a single guy that would be invited to the girls' sleepover?
No.
None of my wife's friends or family want me sleeping near
No.
them.
Not with that CPAP machine.
Thank you. Well, it keeps me from snoring.
Oh, true.
As we talk about this grown-up sleepover thing,
Yeah.
the biggest reason the grown-up sleepover is not going to work,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to end up hearing about everyone else's problems.
What? No.
That's what it's going to turn into.
Girls
Look,
are going to talk about their problems.
You don't think we do that anyways? Though?
And they're-
we don't need the setup for it.
but that's
that just comes naturally.
And you're also going to forget something else.
hold on, before you get
Yeah.
Look, I get the draw, Kimmy,
Mm-hmm.
in your head of what these slumber parties will be. Because we have these memories of these endless summer nights as teens
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
woods in someone's basement, and life was exciting, and the possibilities were endless, and there was nothing but sunshine on the horizon. But now, if you get 4 to 10 people together, add alcohol, and 8 straight hours in the same room, it's going to be nothing but the worst things they're going through
Yeah.
in life. Their trauma and their struggle, their shattered dreams, their regrets. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah,
And I feel like
yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
biggest reason guys don't do this.
Yeah.
Because I don't need
no,
your drunk.
guys don't do this.
Well, please, Kimmy, please.
Only every morning when I walk into this room
What do you mean?
are you guys unleashing the worst things that have happened to you over the last 48 hours.
No, but that's the point
I
I'm
gotta hear
making.
about all the drama, all
Yes.
the people.
Yes, that's the point I'm making. I don't want to do that for 10 hours on a day off.
But you
And
kind
you-
of do want to do it
And,
because you do
you're
it.
also forgetting how those slumber parties went in your mind.
oh, like
as
when you're
kids.
kids.
Like, you all hated each other at the end.
Well,
There
just
was
don't be the
enemies.
first to fall asleep, and you don't have a problem.
Yeah.
As a grown woman, what are you going to do to her as an adult now? Rammer's writing this down.
Hey, remember showing up with that box of dildos and the airwick. Hey, I'm just saying, you girls get into teddies. Yeah, I even brought some pillows.
You think women would hate each other by the end of the slumber party?
They hate each other in general. Like, get 5 women together, 2 of them are going to hate each other.
Thoughts, Kimmy?
Oh, I think again, like sleepover, not a sleepover. This is just what we do when we get together, anyways. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but now you've really compounded the situation to past point, but now you're going to do this.
No,
all
I
day.
don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
Man, shut up. You stupid. Shut up, Tommy.
All right, well, Rammer's out. He's taking his box of dildos and going home.
You know, it's funny. Like, we're talking about, we've had a last hour of reliving your childhood, right? Because we talked about that Boba Fett action figure that sold for
right.
$1.34 million. We're talking about having a slumber party, right, as a grown-ass person. And this is another thing that most of us did as kids.
Oh.
It was a quick way to earn some money, and folks had to do it because they felt guilty if they didn't stop and give you money when you were doing this.
All right.
But it turns out kids are no longer the only ones doing it, and an ethical debate has arisen.
Yeah.
Because this is technically illegal, but you have to be a real dick to call the cops on this person.
Okay.
But they are elbowing children out of what people are saying
All right.
is their right as youth to do. But they also need the money. Where
So
the
they're
kids
muscling
don't.
in on their turf.
But the kids don't actually need the money.
But it's their turf.
But the kids don't need the money. They got bills to pay.
All right.
Right. And here's the thing.
Gonna get ugly.
I watched this with my own eyes.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Did you? We're on the air.
Oh, did that go over?
I don't know.
I didn't know we were
It's
coming
not
in.
the worst thing you could have said.
No, hey, you gals do you.
So on one hand, you can make the argument that these people actually need this more than the kids do. So get the kids the hell out of there.
Right.
But on the other hand, I mean, this is a rite of passage when you are an American child.
Oh.
Everybody's done one of this when they were kids, and if grown-ass people are doing it, kind of pushes the kids out of the way.
What are they doing?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We know it's getting harder to make ends meet.
Oh, yeah, it's tough out there.
Right? Like there are people with jobs in the gig economy. There are people working straight up part-time jobs, just to afford
The
things.
inflation pass.
And then there are people that are hustling in a not so above board way.
What are they doing?
Story in the Washington Post over the weekend documented in bigger cities adult lemonade stands to get out of debt.
You're kidding me.
Like were the adults running it?
The adults are running the lemonade stand. There was no kid involved. They
No
are
booze,
selling
just selling lemonade.
No, because I mean, you sell booze, you're busted.
Yeah.
They're selling straight up lemonade on the side of the road with tables.
How sad is this?
So, like we said, it's happening in bigger cities. And when we say adults, we're talking mid-20s to mid-30s. They set up a table. They do have, like, equipment to make, like, better lemonade, obviously. So think somewhere between your 8-year-old and a food truck, like right in the middle of that. And the folks that are doing this are arguing they have to do this because they have bills they have to pay.
Coming up short.
They have student debt that they're trying to pay down. And they say that they're actually making a decent amount of money.
Okay.
So what's interesting is I saw this with my own eyes in Washington, D.C. and the 4th of July weekend. Yes, I watched it happen. And it's exactly the way they described it in the story. It's grown-ass people that just set up a table and they're selling all kinds of drinks out of coolers and they have like a little machine that'll make you like a slushie or something.
All right.
Dick move?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's a kid's thing. I will say this. If you saw like a bunch of this in D.C., if there was a kid, yes. Adult, no.
Okay. Kimmy?
It's not a dick move. I guess because a kid probably wouldn't be setting up a lemonade stand there most of the time. I mean, they're not going to go to like a public place and.
Oh no, I saw kids directly competing.
Really?
Yes.
Because I would think obviously it would be a dick move
Price
if you did
wars.
this in your neighborhood, like a little kid would.
Well,
but
yes.
I guess I could see the business opportunity of setting up it where there's going to be a bunch of people around. I guess I've never seen a kid go out of their way to do that to that extent.
Really? Never
where
like
they're
at festivals or things like that where they're selling like sodas or lemonade? Really?
Water.
No, I've never
kids sell
seen little
water,
kids.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
Unless
Bag
they're
apples
selling
and water,
it.
you're making money.
Unless they're selling it for fundraising purposes. Like like an actual stand where there's adults running things, but the kids are just there volunteering.
So look, I get where you're coming from, Tommy. Where you're right, it's a rite of passage as a child to have a lemonade
It's
stand.
cute.
Sure. But I mean,
There's no cute factor to some gruff-looking, burly man selling me lemonade.
But if you want something to drink, he's got you covered. And if we're being real here, right? Like, who needs it more? Is it the kid to save money to go buy baseball cards or whatever the kids buy these days, or is it the grown-ass person that's trying to pay their bills? Who should you support?
The child.
You didn't even think about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, you may have made some bad decisions to put yourself behind this adult lemonade stand that I don't support.
Sure.
And there's no cutesy factor. I don't feel good about myself. Like, if I give a kid a dollar for a lemonade, I feel good about myself. I gave Ted over here some money. I don't really care about Ted and his problems.
All right, no, you're right. In this scenario, you would actually have to want what they are selling.
You'd have to be craving that lemonade or need something to quench your thirst in the moment.
Right. You're right. Every time you drive by a lemonade stand, if you don't stop and give them some kind of money, you're a dick and stop being a dick, right? But if I do crave something, I mean, I appreciate what the kid is doing. I remember doing that, but I think I might have more sympathy for the grown-ass person because they don't want to be out there doing this.
Yeah, but I go for adorable over sympathy.
All right, what if it's an adorable grown man, though?
There's no such thing.
Little old man.
Ugly kid, adorable old man.
But even that ugly kid's got an adorability to them. Because you're an ugly child.
Thank you. You're looking right at me. I know who you're speaking to.
I can't imagine. I can't think of there's no such thing in my mind as an adorable man.
No, you can find an adorable man.
Who?
Mickey Rooney.
He's dead.
Well, he was adorable.
Bro, he was only adorable when he was a kid.
No, there are some. All right, think of an adorable actor, a male actor. That guy's adorable.
Adorable. Yeah, but you and I, Kimmy can think that.
No, she's going to say something. You're going to be like, oh, that guy's adorable.
I haven't heard nothing yet.
Kimmy's going to Google adorable male actors.
No, that doesn't count.
No.
You have to think about it.
We need to kick it off, and then once we figure it out, we'll know what road we're supposed to go down. That guy's adorable. See, I feel like you're... Like, adorable doesn't mean attractive.
No, but there's a cuteness to it.
I think there are, like...
So you would think there's a cute man?
Yeah, that's fair. Not in, like, a sexual way.
No, I just say he's cute.
Yeah. Well, no, because when you say it like that, I know what you're trying to do. It's not what I mean. He's adorable. He's not cute. No, I think there's a difference between cute and adorable.
Mitch McConnell, cute?
No, you picked the worst guy.
What are you talking about? I talk like that.
What do you think it would sound like if Mitch McConnell was trying to sell me lemonade?
Come buy my lemonade. I keep my prices down, and I only use American lemons. I don't use imported lemons from other countries.
No, man, the more we're having this discussion, I think I'm going to go buy from the grown-ass person. You've known that struggle. I've known that struggle. Kimmy's living that struggle right now.
I would not buy lemonades from me.
Okay, I thought of a good one, but I don't know what the actor's name is. The guy who plays Mr. Feeney in Boy Meets World.
That guy's adorable.
He's adorable.
That guy's adorable.
Was he like the principal?
The principal from Boy Meets World. That's an adorable man.
Yeah.
All right. Took you a while.
Well, that is a
by the way,
too. By the way, that guy's still alive. You know that?
William Daniels. He's 97.
He's still alive.
He's 97. Not so adorable anymore.
No, he still is adorable because I just saw a picture of him. They do fun, quick side Boy Meets World fact because I love Boy Meets World because I was in love with Topanga when I was a kid.
Was it the girl?
Yeah, no, Topanga was I was in love with the dude named Topanga.
Topanga sounds like a pet. Like they had a pet Topanga.
Topanga and another person from the show has a Boy Meets World centric podcast that is very popular. Her name is Danielle Fishel. I'm getting real deep in the weeds here for you. That's how much I love her. Mr. Feeney was on the podcast a couple weeks ago.
Still hanging out.
I didn't listen, but I saw he was on the podcast. Right. I don't spend a lot of time listening to the Boy Meets World podcast. But no, that guy's adorable. If Mr. Feeney was selling lemonade because he's got to pay his property tax, I'd give Mr. Feeney $10. No?
Okay. I don't even know what that guy looks like.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. He looks like you, but kind. We're talking about a story in the Washington Post over the weekend. In larger cities, adults are now moving in on kids' lemonade stand games, and they say they're doing it because they have debt they have to pay.
Tough times, bro.
Now, keep in mind, they don't have permits or anything like that, so technically what they're doing is illegal.
They don't have a peddler's license.
Yes, but kids also don't have permits either. Right. You got their gross-ass, grimy hands. That's the other thing. It's probably safer to go with the adult. Gross-ass, dirty kid hands all up in your lemonade?
I'll take a dirty kid hand over a dirty man hand.
That guy's probably washing his hands, though.
Does he?
I don't know. I would need to see Purell on his table.
Think of what men do with their hands. Yeah. Enjoy your donganade.
Donganade. We are the best show in America, ladies and gentlemen. Donganade. 252-WCMF.
I want to see your logo.
We were talking about adorable men. Katie's here to help us out. Hey, Katie, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. What do you got?
I was just wondering if I could touch base on who, like a male celebrity that I think is adorable.
I would love to hear, Katie.
I think Tommy Muley is adorable.
Oh, take me out of it.
I love his shoes. Like I could go to the like Walmart and go get a Ken doll and give the shoes to Tommy.
Tommy Muley, adorable.
You got to raise your bar of adorable.
Katie, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. Are you flattered that she finds you adorable?
Absolutely. Okay, At my age, I'll take it.
But that's not like good looking. That's not sexy. It's adorable.
Bro, I'll take at 65. I'll take whatever I can get.
Like Mr. Feeney's not bangable. He's just adorable.
Yeah. But you get something out of it. You're not gross.
252-WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
I'm making more money than I ever have in my entire life, and I'm taking vacation time, paid vacation, so I can be on side jobs and make more money. I don't know what to say about it, but it sucks at nearly 50. It blows. So maybe the next step is a lemonade stand, or I don't know, mixing Tommy's stupid cocktails or whatever, but that's not sustainable, man.
Bro, I hear you.
I think you get the personality for it. Here's your lemonade, dick. Here's your dickinade. Jeremy's dickinade, old-time recipe.
I think I saw that movie with you as the star, right?
What was that?
Oh, little Tommy, Dick, and Aid. Oh, all right. That's it. I'm tired. I've gone to voices that I don't know that make any sense. Bye.
Hey, Jeremy's better than like 3/4 of radio personalities in this town that realize when you go to voices, you got nothing.
What are you talking about?
252 WCMF. A man who I would absolutely buy lemonade from. And he's adorable.
All right.
Skyler's on CMF. Hey, Skyler, how are you, buddy?
Good. So I'm in town. That's my girl Katie that just called in. She stole my thunder with Tommy Muley, but I think Tommy's cute. But what about Danny DeVito? He's cute.
Oh, Danny DeVito's adorable.
That's a good one.
Danny DeVito is adorable.
He may be the only one. He's got to have a sub in his hands.
I also think Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's adorable.
Bill Nye the Science Guy, pretty adorable.
Yeah, you're nailing it.
Here's the thing. I think if we're going to talk about what makes a dude adorable, they have to be a borderline cartoon character of a human being. Is that fair enough?
Has to have cartoonish traits.
Yeah, I'll be sincere. So Skyler, we've met Skyler a couple of times. You know, you hear Skyler, very kind dude, laid back, right? He's got big ass bushy beard. He's a tattoo artist. He's all linked up. I find Skyler adorable.
Nice, thanks, brother. You just made my day.
Hey, you're welcome, you adorable son of a bitch. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right.
There goes adorable Skyler. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying with like if they have cartoonish features?
Yeah.
All right.
Two of those three that we've named were also on children's shows. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, hanging out with kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you make everything sound so bad when you say it out loud?
No, you had to have some children.
Hanging out with kids.
Get some childs.
Skyler doesn't hang out with kids. At least I don't know. His own kids. I hope
he does.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. that's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Monday Rapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF. By the way, we have your chance at the contest page at WCMF.com.
Yeah.
You can enter for a pair of tickets to see The Last Waltz. It's Ryan Bingham, Jamie Johnson, and for the first time together on tour since Tom Petty's passing, Mike Campbell, Benmont Tench of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, along with Don Was, John Medeski, and others.
That's a group.
Yeah, you don't want to name the other ones.
Yeah, that's
Friday, November 15th at Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but you could win them on the contest page at WCMF.com. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF tomorrow's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to do that new crazy ass bit.
What's that called?
Kimmy.
What's that called?
It's called What's Kimmy Doing in Your Hood?
Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She's moved street names and town references. We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
And we're going to figure out where they whine, and I'm going to make an effort tomorrow to not viciously insult anybody based on their pick that I think is stupid, because for 3 weeks straight, the one person that I've singled out for having what I thought was the worst pick has won.
Yeah, at least you're on some kind of a streak.
So does that mean maybe I'll pick the one that I think is the least likely town?
Ooh, look at that.
A little reverse psychology.
And you'll still have no star.
I have a star. I have a star.
I have a star.
I do have a star. It's fake news.
He is on the chart.
Lion-ass liberal media Tommy, fake news star.
Tommy 3-star?
So we get that and a whole bunch tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who, trust me, you're going to want to tune in tomorrow.
What is that? What's going on?
Tommy in the commercial
I've
break.
never been asked this by a coworker. I don't think anybody.
But you kind of started it.
I did. It was my fault. This is my fault.
And I think it's a valid question.
Look, I don't.
I mean, I get the curiosity, I guess, but I'm just surprised that like you grew up with people where I would think you would learn this information.
Yeah,
at
but
some point.
that this particular thing.
No, but look, the fact of the matter is this: even with 2 daughters and a wife, there are lots of things I don't know either.
Right.
So, like,
I think it's a valid question.
But it is amazing as grown men how we know so little about this.
And I mean, to your like when you asked, you were genuinely curious. You were not. You were not trying to be a dick.
About it. Like, hey, let me ask you a question. I'll just put it this way: it is about Kimmy's reproductive system.
Well, not Kimmy's.
Who did you ask the question?
Well, in general, he was asking.
No, it
He
wasn't
said,
directed at her.
Yeah.
I forgot. You asked me the question then, right? I can't remember.
No, I don't.
Well, why
mean,
would he ask you this question?
No, well, that's because he was asking about your reproductive system.
But you, as in general, you, not you.
Oh, general you?
Yeah,
One of the worst generals from the Civil War, covered in blood
General
all
you?
the time.
Well, that's how they found her up that tree.
For Tommy Muley,
Bloody Beauregard,
who is only one class away from becoming a certified gynecologist. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.